Okay, y'all, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees, and today I want to get this jumping a little jumpier. It already jumps pretty well. We've been working on this game. You can see we can wall jump. Look how cool that is. I love this wall jumping. We set this up last week. I do GDevelop every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Hyper Game Dev. By the way, if you are not subscribed to this channel yet, I hope you'll consider subscribing. You can press the subscribe button right here. There's a subscribe button under there. There's subscribe buttons all over the place. Did you know they added a little confetti effect when you click the subscribe button? It feels great to subscribe. It's like a little dopamine hit, chow, to the brain. So don't forget to do that, y'all. I want this jump to be even better. In what ways? Well, I mean, first of all, I noticed that when we're sliding down here, we can kind of like float off the edge a little bit, which is a little weird. When we go off the wall jump, like on an angle, it's kind of like, yes, you got the right idea, Retro Spark. Subscribe, what's come on, just another subscription, and this one's ours, which is the best one, I think. So well, okay, not the best, but it's up there. We got Ash Kettle in this house as well. Good afternoon to you. You see, it's kind of sharp when it comes back down, and I'm holding left, or right, I'm holding against the wall, right? And so we're like pushing into the wall. If I don't hold against the wall, it's a little better, but I need it to not be so sharp. So there's some things there to think about. And then our wall grab is a little broken. So if I press the shift key, we grab onto the wall, but only if I keep pushing into the wall. But look, we're sliding down a little bit. So there's just a little things that aren't quite right with our jumping mechanics, and I want to get those just right today. So hopefully we'll have this character jumping off walls in a way that feels natural and pulls us down to the ground in a way that feels natural as well. And that wall grab, I'd love to see that be a little more improved. That's kind of what I want to work on today, so that's what I'm gonna kind of want to do. We do have something to try first, though. It looks so unnatural, I know. I mean, the good thing is we got the regular jump pretty nice. So if I just like barely tap the space bar, let me show you this so you can see him. Just tippity tap. We got a nice short jump, and if I hold it, we get a nice long jump. So this one works pretty well, and you know, if we're going left and right, it's not too bad. I think it could be a little better, but it's not too bad. The big victory last week was getting the wall jump to work at all, getting us to even shoot off in the opposite direction. So I'm really proud that that works. But I agree, it's too. Yeah, they should fall slower. You mean in general or for the wall? Definitely from the wall. Interesting. Yeah, from the wall. You gotta mean that, because you see, it's just like, it's almost like a I don't know, like it's putting a chain out and you're just like pushing away and it's yanking you back. It like doesn't make sense. It is a little unnatural. So I do want to fine tune it so that looks a little better. We do have something to try first, of course, and Ash Kettle is right on top of it. Ash Kettle knows what we're talking about. Looks like gravity on Jupiter. Well, I guess we could it's a feature, not a bug it, and say, yeah, this game takes place on Jupiter, duh. But no, I actually don't want it to be like that. Did you check out the advanced platform extension? I did not, but we're going to. We're going to right now. So before I go and tweak what we've been working on, Ash Kettle has informed me of something very, very interesting, and I would like to draw your attentions to it, okay? Check this out, guys. This is really, really cool. So this is on Discord. Ash Kettle let me know about something. The advanced character controller seems to be a Celeste character controller. So GDevelop has built-in extensions, well, community extensions that get approved to be built in depending on how solid they are. And there's one called, I think the advanced character controller or something like that, and we're gonna go check it out, because if this is absolutely as true as I hope it is, we might be able to just use that. So I don't know. A zoom effect. Which zoom effect? Not this zoom effect. I don't remember which zoom effect, but we got a couple different zoom effects. All right, so let me show you let me show you what this is. I'm gonna show you. I'm showing myself. I'm showing myself because I don't know yet. So let me save what we got here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clone our project so we don't lose any of that. Because right now we have other ones. The one we just did, the one we just did. Nice, nice. And I want to make sure we don't mess up what we've been working on, because that would suck. So I'm gonna come over here, this little drop down. I thought it was gonna have a duplicate project. Maybe we gotta right click on it. Let's right click on it. No, open, remove from list, manage game. Oh, you know what we can do? We can open it and we can save it as the original duplicate. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to hit file, save as, and we're gonna save it on the computer. And let's call this one Celeste-like advanced controller. All right, and we're gonna just try some stuff out. So we should have a separate version now, and you can see here in my list we have 2 of them, a backup of the actual file. Yep, there's a lot of different ways to do it. That's a true story. That's a true story. This basically gives us a backup. So our backup is the other one, and this one is our non-backup. So I'm gonna let that be good enough. And yeah, let's mess this up. Let's break it and try something new. Now this is gonna break a lot of things, right? Because I have to remove. I don't know what I have to remove. I'm not really sure, you know, to be honest with you. So let's just at least add a advanced projectile. Where is it? Controller. Is it platformer? I'm not sure what it might be. Maybe it's a community one. It might be a community one. I do have the community extensions enabled. So that's the thing. Where is it? Maybe if I just add like wall jump, right? So if I add wall jump, it adds platformer configuration stack. I wonder if that's the advanced character controller. Sometimes they rename these things. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is the extension. And, you know, because it's usually, unless the extension is elsewhere, is there another place to add extensions? Because as I understand it, we add it in the behaviors, because I don't know where else extensions would be. Where would it be? Pray tell, where would it be? Be specific. Be specific. Click the box on the left. Box on the left. What's up, Stormrun? Welcome. We have box on the left. Okay. Okay. All right. Need more specificity. I need more specificity. External events, external layouts, extensions. Oh, we found it. We found it. So, you mean this little icon of the top left. I got you. You beat the YouTube ad blocker. Good! Forget those ads! Forget those ads! Okay, so we're gonna get that open then, and we're gonna add an extension. I see we have advanced jump. Oh, that's probably because... So that's kind of what I was thinking, because if I add that wall jump, it automatically adds the advanced jump. But I think it might have been a leave over because, oh no, it's all there. Okay, so let me just remove this for now. Let's delete this platformer configuration stack, and I'm gonna remove the, okay, that's all that's on there that we don't need. YouTube tells you to not use an ad blocker. YouTube does a lot of little things to try to get you to be in their, you know, to be in their grip. All right, let me just remove this because I don't think we're using that advanced jump, and I just want to make sure that that is the fact. Yeah, this is working just as it should. Everything is fine. No problems. Okay, good. All right, so let's go to the extensions. Just want to clean up a little bit. You did link in a Discord video how to use it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go search for the advanced. I didn't know about this extensions page. I had no idea this extensions page existed. Man, I do have some critiques about GDevelop's layout, but you know what? That's okay. Every engine has a confusing layout. like all of them, maybe except Godot. Advanced, the ones that I've used, obviously. Advanced character Okay, I think this is it. Advanced platformer movements. Let platformer characters air jump, wall jump, sliding, coyote time, and dashing. That does sound like a lot of the Celeste behaviors. By the way, if you didn't know, I'm basing this game off Celeste. I do have Celeste running in the background. Y'all voted that we do that, base it on the Celeste game. And we have a lot of these features in there so far. We got the little like jump sustain. We've got wall jumping, although ours is a little, needs a little work. We've got wall grabbing, but it's broken. We have wall sliding. It works pretty nice. And then what we don't have are like the dash. And there's some other things too that we might want to get in there. But Celeste is what we're basing it off of. And so evidently this is going to have some Celeste-like things. I don't know, I'm dubious, but I hope it works great. I hope it works great. You can stop YouTube ads with your ad blocker. You just get block on your ad blocker, then select ad block add to block, and it's gone forever. Nice. Yeah, there seems to always be ways around it. Seems to always be ways around it. Lower the gravity strength. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, RetroSpark, because like the way that we have it set up right now is there's a lot of different gravity manipulations happening. And so it's like the gravity is changing in order to make the jump sustain work. So it pulls us down in order to allow for the wall slide to work, in order to allow for the wall jump to work. So there's a lot of slight modifications to the gravity that's happening. So it's tricky, and it requires a little finesse. Ash Kettle says we won't need any of that nonsense. We'll see. We'll see. It has to. This is going to be my gauge. Does it feel like Celeste? And if it doesn't, then can we change the settings in that extension to feel like Celeste? And if not, then I'd rather deal with all the nonsense. But, first let's give it a shot and let's find out for sure. I don't really see a lot of ads on YouTube. I back when there was, you can tweak everything. Okay, I hear you. All right. Back when Google Music existed, that was my music of choice, my music app of choice. They had like, you could upload your music. I had a lot of like downloaded music and I could upload it. So that's why I chose it. And then they quit Google Music, so that sucked. But it came with a YouTube Premium subscription. And ever since then, I'm just all YouTube Premium for life. And so I never see ads. So I don't even know what that world is like. There's a character controller, which I believe supports Switch controllers. Nice. Controller pad extension. All right. Is Switch controller Bluetooth? My Pro controller has a cable and works like that. Yeah, I mean it is. I mean it's infrared, I think. I believe it's infrared or something like that. So it's a spaghetti of code. What if you change one thing, everything breaks? Or if yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'd say so. Something like that. Yeah, absolutely. I noticed the video on it because they put the Celeste character sprite on the thumbnail. Wow, that's promising. That's extremely promising. All right, let's get this advanced platform movements on here. Made by some of these people right up here. Let platformer characters run temporarily. The system provides players jump in midair, jump and slide against walls, dash horizontally, dash towards the floor, do coyote time, blah, blah, blah. An example allows us to check it out. Okay. Oh, we got a project online. Oh, let me try that. Before we add it to our character, let me see what their online project is like. I only use ad block. You're suspicious on suspicious pages. That's fair. Well, and that's the other thing too, right? Is blocking ads can be not good for some content creators. On YouTube, yeah, I don't know. I actually am not sure if that affects content creators on YouTube. I have no idea. That's not something I know. I wonder if it does. Probably not. Yeah, infrared, something like that. Something like that. Yeah. Look, I don't know, all right? Don't quote me on it. Don't quote me on it. Switch controllers, infrared or Bluetooth. Yes, that it can tell the console as well as the... I think it's both. I think they have both. Joy-Cons, they do use IR. It's both. I don't know. It's something like that. It doesn't matter. It's not that important. This isn't important. This isn't important. This isn't important. We can't talk about this. There's too many other things to talk about. An eye on the right of the controller, bottom of it. Okay. Hey, Yeah Brown, welcome, Yeah Brown. Good to see you. Patron, Yeah Brown, in the house. Thank you for stopping in. Hope you're doing well, Yeah Brown. We're doing some Celeste stuff. I have this character that I've been working on in Celeste. Well, in Celeste, in a game that's trying to knock off of Celeste. And I started this in Unity, but I switched to GDevelop after the Unity debacle. And we've got some pretty decent progress. Yeah, spaghetti code, stuff like that. But it lets you, so far, slide down walls, and we can jump off of walls, and we got some regular jumping and kind of a wall grab. We're just trying to get the platformer movement basics going. And there is some spaghetti code stuff going on here, for sure. I'm happy to continue with that and keep tweaking it and trying to get this jump just right. But it seems like there are some alternatives we can look into, and I'm willing to. This is actually not Godot. This is GDevelop. GDevelop is a really cool free open source engine just like Godot, but it's a little different than Godot. You can get GDevelop at gdevelop.io, and it's free. Like I say, it's open source. We are pirates. And you can make 2D games really well. It does 3D games too. I think it excels at 2D right now. But it has a really cool like built-in like community where you can upload your games and people can like them and share them. And it's got an asset store. It's a really cool, impressive engine. I do super duper recommend it. And they've got all kinds of built-in extensions. One of which we're gonna check out as soon as I can here. The best part of extensions in GDevelop is that you can open them and see the code and the visual script that was used to make it. Nice. Oh, right. So we were going to look at a project. And so here's an online project, okay? So GDevelop works on web, and it works on desktop, and it works on mobile. And what this is right here is an example project that shows off the extension that I'm told will be basically Celeste stuff. So, like I say, I do have Celeste running here. If you're not familiar, it's a game released in 2018. Originally, earlier than that, for free. It was a Pico 8 game. And then it was remade, and it became really popular. And it's just kind of like a gold standard for platformers, I think. And it has some really great mechanics and gameplay. And some of y'all in the chat said I should try to remake it, so I did. Well, I'm trying. We're getting there. And this allegedly has Celeste-like controls. So let's see what we got here. All right, so I'm moving. You can't see. It doesn't have WASD. It's only got arrow keys. So that's already a red flag. Oh, I hope we can get that implemented. So we can go left and right with the number pad. Or the arrows. We got double jump. That's not in Celeste, but you can get a dash. So I hope we can change all these things. I just hope we can change. I know I'm being so negative. But let's see. Yeah, it's a demo. It is a demo. That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct. I love the point at the middle. That's telling you like where you're moving. Left control will dash. Nice. It's a pretty good dash. Pretty good dash. Looks like you can infinitely dash in the air. That's cool. And then I want to see if we can grab on walls and stuff. Nice. It's got a wall slide. I see the wall slide. Okay. I don't know if it has a wall grab. So that I'm not seeing immediately. We might have to add that. I'm pressing so many keys. And I don't know that that's working, but it does have a good dash. So far, this is very impressive. No grab, but a slide and jump back away. Oh yeah, and let's try to do a wall jump. Nice, good wall jump, yes! Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is nice. This is definitely nice. Oh yeah, I like this. What's up, Daryl? We're checking out an extension for GDevelop that lets you do Celeste-like controls, and I would say this is extremely promising. Look at that. This is nice wall jump. The video shows how to use it and how to tweak it. Right, yeah, I gotcha. I hear ya. And it's so tweakable, really? Okay, all right. I've been burned by the platformer behavior, you know, because that was so deeply untweakable. But I hear you saying that this will be much more tweakable. Whoa. We just got like lifted. We got lifted. Oh, because left shift. Right, because you can double jump. So yeah, there's some things there to think about. Dash, dash, dash. Yeah, you can dash infinitely. Click on the character in this project and look at the variables and behaviors. Okay. All right. I will. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Yeah, we should. Because so what we're looking at right now is an example project. So a little. There we go. Okay. I see though. See this is kind of what ours doesn't do, right? So if I pull up our project so far, the project we've made so far. I don't know, Stormrun. I'm looking into it. This is my first time checking it out. So I'm considering using it. I don't think yeah, I feel like if we're going to use it, we have to basically replace everything we did and maybe redo some things if it's missing it. We might be able to just use it. So in ours, you can, if you wall jump off, you can sort of like stick back onto the wall, right? You can just like keep sticking back onto the wall, right? And yeah, ours kind of does that too. The slowly centered camera can stick right back. On this one, the way that it works is, get that preview up. On this one, the way that it works is you can do that. You can do that, but it's not as immediate. You kind of get this fall down thing down the center here. It's just kind of like forcing me to fall down sometimes. That's something I would have wanted to try to implement today, but I see that it has it. Worst case, we look at how they did things and re-implement. Yeah. Parkour platform game template. Could be. All right, so let's look at how this is put together a little bit. So let's open up the character, and if we look at the variables, so there is no variables on the character. There is the advanced jump, the dive dash, the horizontal dash, platformer configuration stack. So these are all the behaviors that go along with it. Platformer gamepad mapper. That's good. Oh, I like to see that. That's promising. And it's got the platformer object on it. Smooth camera behaviors, just loaded with behaviors. It's just got so much crap on it. Oh my goodness, that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing about GDevelop. Can you make left-right directions stop for a few seconds? That way you can't get to the walls as fast. Perhaps, maybe. Wait, why would you want to do that? Wall jump, okay. In terms of variables, I'm not sure where those live. Let's see, variables, global variables. There's a level count variable, so I don't see anything there. Let's look at the event sheet. So here's the event sheet. The wall jump, air jump, and dash logic are all on the behaviors. We have character color, horizontal dash. Okay, so we have some controls being dealt with here, and some controls being dealt with on the behaviors. So it sort of divides the controls. I don't love that. Vertical dash. Okay, so if you're going down key is pressed. If the down key is pressed. Okay. Really? That's interesting. I'd almost want those to be like the same key. So if we press left control. So the dash in Celeste, let me pull up Celeste. The dash in Celeste actually lets you go any direction that you point. So you kind of get like, what is it? Like 8 different directions. Up, left, down, right, up, right, and up. So we get all those directions here. And that's all one button. That's all one button, right? All one button. And I like that, you know, because again, I want to try to emulate Celeste as much as possible, just for the sake of the challenge, you know, for the sake of the challenge. You said they kind of fall down before you can get back. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you mean in ours. Yeah, 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 right. I thought you meant the example project. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, good idea. Looks interesting. I kind of gave up on Unreal Engine, and I'm trying to learn Godot now. Nice. Yeah, we're doing Godot here every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then I do GDevelop on Wednesdays. I just want to learn them. I just want to learn them all. I want to learn them all, including Unreal, which we also do on Mondays. I hear you giving up on Unreal, though. It is a lot to deal with. That's Ground Smash. I'm certain that dash could be tweaked. All right. Yeah, well that's just it. You know, I'm kind of like trying to get a feel of like what we're going to need to do. This is it's got some quirks, but so does ours. So does ours. All right, interesting. And then so we've got the horizontal dash. Let me pull this back up. We've got the horizontal dash, the vertical dash, which is separate. Although I would like them all to be the same. Wall jumps forbid air jumps. Nice. Wall jumps allow new air jumps is like there's available, and then camera. It's a pretty low amount of events here. So I'm guessing that if we're gonna want to tweak it on a more deep level, what we're gonna have to do is edit the code, which isn't something we've been exploring in GDevelop. So here we've got, oh, and then there's events. Oh, okay, nice. So there's events, great. That's wonderful. I got big for a second, but I'm small again. Why give up on Unreal? Yeah, I don't know. You have to ask Yeah Brown, which I guess that's what you're doing. I do like Unreal. It takes time to learn, but it can do what you want. Yeah, and you know, yeah, I like it. I like it. I like Unreal. It is a huge learning curve. It's a huge. They're all big learning. Honestly, they're all big learning curves. But yeah, it would be interesting to understand more about why you gave up on Unreal. But no pressure. No pressure. You got your own prerogative. So yeah, so this is great. We have nested in here this behavior functions. Luckily, this is all actually done in an event list. Sometimes these are done in JavaScript, which is cool. I just don't know JavaScript and we have to learn it. But this is all nice in the event list. So right now we're looking at the advanced jump in general. On deactivate. So this is, we'll have to learn. We got a lot to learn here. Set coyote time. And then I think if we go to add a new function, you can see kind of what these are. This icon is an action. This is a condition. That's an expression. And then there's some more here. So this is where we see like the on deactivate and stuff is where all those are coming from. Interesting. Air jumps maximum. So this has set return. It's a little cramped in here. It's a little cramped in here. See if I can give myself some more space. Set the return value of the events function of the expression. What does this do? Set return. Oh. It's a little overwhelming. I'm going to keep it real. The stuff you're doing is kind of similar to JavaScript code-wise. Nice. I like that you can break apart any extension and see in detail how it works. Yeah, that is cool in theory. Absolutely. Property air jump count maximum. So I guess there is no maximum. So let's set it to 1. This parameter is not oh, okay. Well, that didn't work well. So I have no idea how to even use this. I don't even know how to use this. How do I even do something with this? You know, because I feel like there's too many. So let's look at the video. We were told that there's a video that goes with this, and it was put up in the Discord. So let's go see if that. I'm concerned by the overwhelm of all these things that we have to learn now. But let's see. Oh, look, it's Celeste in the thumbnail, just like they said. This is really just a creator for JavaScript code. Underneath, they use pure JavaScript. Yeah, very true. Okay, let's check out this video. Let's see what it's got. What it has to teach us.
We can't dash. We cannot actually dash. And there's a reason for that. Because we have to assign a button for us to dash. So I'm going to go to events, add event, and I'm going to put
some quiet
microphone. I want my dash button to be, in this case, we press the letter M. So I'm going to go to other conditions, keyboard, key pressed, and then M. And now I'm going to put trigger once. We don't want them to be able to hold the button and keep dashing. So I'm going to put trigger once. And I'm going to go to click player. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make an advanced 2D platformer super fast. Let's get right into it. So let's get started by creating a player object first. So we're going to click add new object,
Gamedev.
click sprite, and we're gonna name this player.
Who I'm
Now we're
apparently
gonna put
subscribed to.
add animation, create with Piscal. Now we're gonna create a simple object. We're not gonna add any animation to this tutorial. This is simply the fundamentals. I'm gonna color this whole player red. I'm gonna hit apply, and we're gonna just drag him onto the scene. And I'm also gonna add a new object, a new sprite.
Okay,
Name
we
that
kind of
sprite
know all this.
ground, and add an animation to it. Create with Piscal over here, extensions, and we're gonna go into 2D platformer, not 2D platformer, just simply platformer. And you'll see something that's about to happen here. Advanced platform movements. And shout out to D8H, Shadow Zero,
Okay,
Coyote
I'm gonna
Time, and
speed it
Air
up a little
Jump.
bit.
Because we want to start off by adding a double jump. And just how easy, I'm going to show you how easy it is. It automatically adds all of the platformer, regular platform controls. And we can control the jumps. If I change the number of jumps, let me change it to 2. And now
Oh, okay, so we don't have to go in there and change that. It is right there. I'm a little confused because if I pull this up, so I kind of want this to be 0, right? Because in Celeste, there is no air jump, so we could just set it to 0. That's good. All right, cool. That's fine, that's fine. So that problem is solved. Let me try this, guys. Let me try putting it on our actual character. Now that I kind of see how this works, I'm willing to try experimenting and putting it on here. So let's add it. Again, this is a new project, so we'll be safe from anything going too wrong. This is now installed. Do I have to add the behavior? I must. I must have to add the behavior on there, right? Surely we have to add the behavior as well. Can you dash after jumping while in the air? Yeah, I think you can. But I'm gonna, yeah, you definitely can. Because, I mean, that's not going to be enough. It's certainly going to break a lot of things doing this. If it were to just apply right away, which I feel like it's not. Game not loading. Okay, that's actually an interesting sign. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So this is still our old logic. Nothing new here. Wait, it's just added advanced jump. Wait, where is it? Create or search for new extension. Already installed. Advanced platform movements. Okay, I guess I gotta go back to the video and figure out how this is added. We gonna get there.
of the platformer, regular, not 2D platformer, just simply platformer. And you'll see something that's about to happen here. Advanced platform movements. And shout out to D8H, Shadow 00 Dev, Entropy, and Coriander Games because they're the ones that made this amazing extension. And we're going to install this extension in the project. And what are we going to do now? We're going to double click into the player, go to behaviors, and add behavior. Now, instead of adding a regular platform controller like we usually do, we're going to go down and add
about this video right now? Dash would just need to be a separate thing with a force applied to direction holding.
Oh, we want the dash to be.
Yeah.
Now, if I preview, I can see there's
something
that can take really long program an animation to it. Create with Piscal. Click something will happen because we haven't. We're going to go into 2D platformer, not 2D platformer, just simple 00 Dev, Entropy, and Coriander player. Go to behaviors and add behavior. Now, instead of adding a regular platformer controller like we usually do, we're going to go down and add. Let's just start off with Coyote Time and Air Jump.
So we have to add each thing one by one. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So let's do that. So I'm going to open up our base player here. And I gotta say, I feel like we should turn off all of our logic, right? All of our spaghetti code, as it were. So I'm gonna turn it all off, every single bit of it. It's all off. I think everything else is fine. So right now, our game is gonna be like nothing. Kids just showed you the pink hair dye your beard is getting this afternoon. That is amazing. You deserve that. You deserve a pink beard, right? Okay, so nothing works anymore. We can't move. We can't do anything. All right, that's good. That's what we want. So I'm gonna come back to the scene here. You're going out as a fed-up tooth fairy, complete with hammer and pliers. I love that. I love that. You're getting all the teeth in one go. You deserve to have such wonderful children. Honestly. All right, gotta go now. Nice seeing you always. Have a nice day. All right, thank you, Yeah Brown. Take good care. Thank you for supporting this channel the ways that you do. It means so much. And yeah, good luck with Godot. Good luck with Godot. I hope it's going really good. Take your time. Take your time, you know? There's no rush. All right. So I'm gonna probably want to get rid of the physics 2.0. But, I mean, can we just, like, turn them off? I don't think so. I think we have to, like, remove them. We keep the platformer object on there anyway. So yeah, so let's add the if we want to add the movement, right, because we turned off default controls. So I got to come on here and I got to hit default controls. And then we'll at least be able to move around a little bit, right? So there we can move and we can jump. Nothing fancy. WASD doesn't work. Which is, that is a bit of a concern. That is a huge concern of mine, that WASD doesn't work. Because that's why initially I turned off the behaviors, or the default controls, was because there seemed to be no way for me to add WASD back in without turning that off. Which just like, it just irritates me a little bit. It irritates me a little bit. And this isn't editable, right? So we can't actually edit this. So hopefully we don't need this per se. But for now, let's leave it in there, and hopefully we can replace it. So let's get the, the dive, makes a platform carrier dash towards the floor. Let's try the horizontal dash. Let's put that one in. Default controls are not what I want them to be. I always keep them off. Yeah, right. You can replace anytime, though. In theory, yes. Yes, that's true. Right. That seems true. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Okay, horizontal dash, and then does it have a key, or do we have to add the key? So it seemed like it was left control in that demo. Let's see if it's already there. It is not, so let's add it in. We could do, it's just I don't really know how to call those things. Oh, we added these. Because it's like, we can replace them at any time, but it's like, how do I reference moving left, moving right, or jumping, right? So, I mean, let me come back to our event sheet, and I'm gonna make a new event group here so we can stay a little bit organized. And I'm gonna say advanced controller. We'll just call it that. And then I'm gonna add a sub event, and this will say pressed. Yeah, of course. But I mean, what I mean is what action to look for. So let's say W, right? And if I say, simulate left key press. I mean, maybe this is what we do. We simulate the left key press. That might be the right answer. I bet that's it. Simulate left key press, and then we could also, so let me also add an OR in here, an OR condition. W key pressed or left key pressed. And then I'm gonna duplicate this. And this time I'll say instead of W, it's going to be A. And instead of left, it's going to be right. And instead of pressing left, it's going to be pressing right. Simulate right key press. Okay. And then we want jump as well. So I'm going to paste another one. We don't really need, we might want multiple. So I do have a joypad that I use sometimes. I don't know. It might work right away. It might work right away. On Godot, it did. I have been setting up joypad stuff on Godot, so it's possible that we could get this to work on GDevelop as well. That would be nice. But for now, we can just say space key is pressed, and then instead of simulate pressing right, simulate jump. Key press, okay. So let's see if that much works. Let's see if we got our WASD back in. We do not. Okay, first of all, this did not save correctly. That's incorrect. It did not. I don't know how all that happened, but it did. Right, simulate pressing right. When did I missed that? I missed that. If one of these conditions, W key is pressed, left key is pressed, simulate pressing left. If one of these is pressed, A key is pressed, right key is pressed, and pressing right. And space, simulate pressing jump. And then let me make sure we have default controls turned off. So I'm going to come back to the base player. I'm going to hit behaviors and turn off default. Oh, default controls are still on. Hey, what's up, Haas? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm doing some GDevelop today. My plan was... Interesting. Interesting results. It looks like I have... What is... How am I... W? Oh, W. Why did you guys let me do W and A? Where's my brain? My brain could be in my head, but instead, it's somewhere else. W is up, not left. S is right. Wow. Impressive. Impressive mistake we've made there. Good to see you, Haas. Today my plan was to improve the jump mechanics of an existing character I have that is trying to emulate Celeste. I've been informed that there is a Celeste-like extension we can add, and so I'm trying to configure it my character to have that instead of what we were doing before. And yeah, so far it's looking promising. I think that's probably what we're going to be spending our stream doing, is figuring that out. I think this stream has become trying out the advanced character controller. You haven't used Dreams for a while. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I'm pretty much not using Dreams at this point. GDevelop is a great one, though, and it's a great thing to try after Dreams, for sure. All right, so W... Oh, I still did the wrong buttons. Why? What is my head? What is my head? Guys, it's D. It's D. It's A and D. To me, there's just something so unintuitive about, like, WASD makes perfect sense to me on the keyboard. Like, on the keyboard, that's where my fingers first go when I go to play a game, is WASD. It's the first place I go. But when I have to actually, like, think about which does W, A, S, or D do, my brain just turns to mush, because I don't actually associate those buttons with things. But look, it's good. Look at the input. It's correct. All right, it's gonna be a long stream if it took that long to do that. Yeah, but I feel you with Dreams. It's just really not worth. It's not really worth much time anymore. But it's a great way to discover game dev. All right, so we got that set up. Now let's go back to our base player. And we want to think, well, we don't really need to go there. We want to add this horizontal dash in. We want to make sure that that's possible. So actually, I want to be on the event sheet. And let's add a new one. No more Twitch. I quit Twitch. I quit Twitch. Bye-bye, Twitch. Twitch, no more. Nope. Nope, all YouTube. Don't like Twitch. Don't want to do Twitch. I'm 100% YouTube at this point. For the last year. Welcome back. I don't remember your name from Twitch, but I do welcome everybody. I welcome everybody who used to be on Twitch. Thank you for coming back through. You published some iOS games before Dreams a while back, more than 10 years now. Oh, Hasuk! Oh, what's up, Hasuk? Okay. Yes, you made the Dreamscom booth with the clown stuff. I remember that. All right, so we want to say base player is the condition, and specifically, we want to say horizontal, or is dashing. Is dashing? Is that the best? Let me see. Dash. Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess we're saying is dash. I would think that's a different... Oh, that's condition. I see. So, I see. Ooh, gosh, my brain today. We want to say simulate dash key. Got you. Simulate dash key, base player. That's you. Simulate dash key, base player, add condition. We want to say key press. I think, to me, it should be something like maybe F, or to me, it should be nearby other keys, like on the keyboard, you know? Like, or W, if you're doing WASD, control's not bad. Maybe we could just say any control button. I'm going to say either control button. That would be nice. So I'm going to set up a condition that says or. And we're gonna do either left control key press, or right control key press. So I'm just gonna hit left control here, and I'm also gonna add right control in here. Because to me that feels kind of nice. I don't know, just, again, I'm just really thinking about Celeste controls, and the way that that tends to feel, it feels like it should be over to the right of the movement or something. I don't know. All right, here we go. Let's see if this horizontal dash works. Probably does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay, all right. It looks like it goes in the direction last pressed. So if I press to the right, it'll dash to the right. If I press left, it'll dash to the left. And it just sort of remembers that. Now, if I were to go pull up Celeste and compare, Celeste seems to be frozen. Let me just, there we go. Right, because we are actually changing. That makes sense, because right, so we're not seeing the character. We don't have the character flipping. So actually, that does make a lot of sense, because if I were to press left or right, we change our direction, and so we'd be going the direction that we're facing. But again, in Celeste, we can go omnidirectional. Now, I'm pretty basically certain we can't do that here, but maybe we can add it. Maybe we can add it, you know? So if I'm pressing, right, W and D, there's no way it's gonna know to go diagonal. So that's gonna be a huge challenge to set up that. But that's not necessarily an unsurmountable challenge. All right, so let's keep getting all this set up then. So that's our dash, and then what else do we need? Let's do wall grab. Oh, they don't have wall grab. Right, so we need wall slide. So wall grab is something we're gonna have to create ourselves. If I search wall stuff, there's wall jump. Okay, let's do wall jump next. Let's do wall jump next. So this should just happen. This should just happen. Will it know that this is a wall, is my question. Oh yeah, it does. Let's go! Okay, alright. Now I see it's a little awkward, and I felt this in the demo. It's a little awkward to try and like get between these two spots. I wonder if we bring those walls in closer, if that will feel better, right? So I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna just try to grab this whole wall over here. I'm gonna attempt to grab this whole wall. There we go. And then if we just scooch it in a bunch, yeah, it's gonna look a little weird. That's okay. I wonder if we can get a good consistent volley here. Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's a little funky, but it's not bad. It's kind of like, I guess because I'm holding left. And so if I come over to Celeste, what does that feel like? This is good. I think guys, I think this is definitely going to be the way to go here. I think this is definitely what we should do. Now, it means we have to like kind of recalibrate the landscape we thought we knew. It was a spaghetti landscape, but at least we kind of understood it a bit. So this is definitely going to present, this is definitely going to present a new challenge of figuring out how to make the changes we want. But I think that's a good thing. So if I hold one direction and I do this, you can see we're actually kind of doing what we were doing in our version, which is constantly banking off the wall. When we do this new version, and I do the same kind of thing, you know, it's not that bad. Honestly, this is good. This is pretty good. This is pretty dang good. That actually is pretty much what I want. Okay. Okay, advanced character controller. Nice. This is promising. Do 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 do. I love it. Haas says, I've been working with structures and arrays in GDevelop, trying to sync with the backend database. Cool! That's cool! Okay, that's cool. Maybe my old age talking, but at this point, I think I may move to only using JavaScript engines for game dev. With web GPU, performance is amazing. Wow. That's over my head a little, but it sounds cool. Good performance from what I've seen. Someone like bad guys, because I'm bad on everything. It's funny that Bevy Rust outputs everything, even native to WebG. What? What are we talking about? I like it. I like it. Okay, cool. So now that I have that test out of the way, let's just keep adding the features. So there's a wall slide as well, I believe. I'm going to add dive dash, make platformer character dash. I don't really want this. Coyote time and air jump. I don't think we need this. I don't even know what kind of coyote time Celeste has, if I'm being honest. I never really thought about it. I guess I need a good... You're a clown. That's, you know, clowns, I think clowns are underrated. Fight me. Fight me. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of coyote jump on there. Little bit. Little bit. It feels like I'm kind of jumping off the edge. If there is coyote time, it's very small. It's very small. I don't know that there is coyote. I honestly don't know that there is. Oh, you could kind of, because it does sort of put the particle effect at the place you jump, right? So you can kind of see where you jump off from. Oh no, look! That was a bit of a coyote time. So actually there is a little bit. It feels like I'm pressing the button before I leave the platform, but I guess I'm not. All right, so we do want a little coyote time. All right, let's get it in there. Let's get it in there. And then let me see if I can feel that in ours just to kind of confirm that it isn't here. I want to really feel it. I want to feel that we lack the coyote time in this. And I say it's ours, but at this point, the only thing that's ours is the... See, there's something weird. I mean, maybe it's because it's a long gap, but when it's a big gap like this, there's this weird, like moment where it resets me to the middle in between. It's a little awkward. I just don't know if... I think maybe Celeste gets around it by having shorter wall jump areas. But I don't know. It's something I want to look into. It makes it hard to do that gap. Okay, so here's this. Try to see what this wall jump is. I think Celeste has smoother movements than this game. Yeah. It's nice of you to call it my game, but this right now is very much an extension that I am just like using. Oh yeah, I would have I feel like in Celeste I would have been able to jump right like there. So I think there is just a little coyote time in Celeste for sure. Yeah, it's much smoother. And you know, I think a lot of that is because of the animations. Which I am not that interested in right now. So, okay. So let's add the coyote time on there. I don't want air jump. If that means like a double jump, I'm not interested. Since that's not in Celeste. Let platformer, let me just see what that says. Let platformer characters jump shortly after leaving a platform and also jump in midair. So I'm sure we can turn that off. I mean, it's easy. It's such easy. It's barely game development. And that's not a bad thing. Because it means we can focus on other stuff, right? If we get this put together, I'm all for it. Then we can focus on tweaking it and building a level around it and designing our gameplay other than all of that, which is also something important. Emulate physics of Celeste Card. Yeah, well, that's true. Yes, absolutely. And, you know, the good thing is this does have a lot of things we can tweak. So we can tweak sort of the gravity, the falling speed, and stuff like that. So we might be able to sort of approximate how it feels using these, but we'll see. Anyone tried to publish to iOS with GDevelop? I've only published to browser. Has anyone tried publishing to iOS with GDevelop? I have a feeling they have not. I know you have to use Cordova. Ash Kettle has. What do I know? What do I know? There you go. Ash Kettle is our resident GDevelop expert, to some degree. I'm not trying to put the weight of the world on your shoulders. So wait. That's wall jump. I was like, this doesn't have settings I need. Horizontal dash. Where did it get added? Repeat timer, platform object, platform configuration chat, horizontal. I guess we didn't actually add it. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Behaviors, add behavior. Coyote time and air jump already added. Okay. Okay. Is that not something I can see? Where is it then? Is that advanced jump? That might be oh, it is. It's advanced jump. I see. So number of air jumps, we want to say 0. And then coyote time duration, there it is, 0.25. Okay, sweet. So the names are a little different than what... They're not always consistent with the naming, unfortunately, but... Nice. Yeah, that feels good. It's a little long. It's a bit long. Oh, sure, just run off the edge entirely, and then you can jump. It's a little long, but yeah, we got some nice... This is great. This is great. Dude, we're going to be up and running in no time. So I'm going to say, let's do 0.75 maybe. That's kind of short, but I just want to feel it out. Just want to feel it out. The tutorial wasn't even necessary for doing the iOS export because it was such a breeze. Nice. Love it. Love it. Yeah, GDevelop is quickly turning into one of my favorite engines, for sure. And I'm really glad you asked that, Haas, because now I have some confidence in such a thing as exporting to iOS. Still feels a little long to me. It's pretty good, though. It's pretty good. Let me show you my input so you can just see what it feels like. So there it didn't fire. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Oh, if I can get up. It's nice. This is definitely really good. There, that was a pretty good one. Yeah. That one felt a little long. So I'll just eke it down just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's just a little coyote time. Just a little coyote time. I'll say 0.06. All right, sweet. What's next? Wall slide. So there is no wall grab. So that's going to be probably what we want to think about adding. And we just might be set up. We might be all set up. Dive dash. A wall slide is already in there, maybe? Oh, it is. So that was part of the wall jump. Oh, okay, cool. Good. Not a problem. Wall jump. So wait, so we're already I didn't even notice that we were already wall sliding here. Nice. Nice. I would say maybe we could slow it down a little bit. It seems to, like, disengage pretty quickly. I'm not feeling it, really. But perhaps we can change that. Keep sliding without holding a key. Yeah, we don't want you to have to hold a key. So that's probably what it is. Okay. There it is. Still a little... It still doesn't feel like much. I gotta be honest with you. Next time, I'll try something like that. I'll try to embed a web view in React Native. That would give me more control. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Y'all are doing it. Y'all are doing the dang thing. Let's minimal falling speed. I guess I want the maximum to be something lower. Let's try 100. Impact speed absorption. It's nice. These are nice. I don't know, guys. I think we're leaving the spaghetti code behind. Not that we won't end up just adding more spaghetti code on top of this, but at least it'll be less spaghetti. Oh, yeah, it feels good. Nice. Oh, that feels great. Feels fantastic. It's really good stuff. Ash Kettle, good looking out. This is great. This is nice. Wow. So with that in mind, I think that's about everything. I think that's about everything. Other than the wall grab. And the dash doesn't go. It's almost literally a Celeste control. I disagree that it's literally. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it doesn't have omnidirectional dashing, which is like so essential to Celeste. And it doesn't have a wall grab. So to me, it needs those to truly be Celeste. Let you play her this weekend? I'll get you a dash. Like, whatever. Like, you can. But, like, maybe we figure it out today. Maybe not. Probably not. Now I want one. I mean, look, I'm sure you'll figure it out. I'm sure you will figure it out. And, like, I'm sure me trying to figure it out will not end in great success. But if you didn't do it, I'm sure eventually we'd get there. But I am more than happy to allow that. Oh, and then the other thing, so with the wall grab, so knowing that, Ash Kettle, knowing that, I'll start with the wall grab, and then we'll see if what your dash stuff is like. So the wall grab is important in Celeste for a couple different reasons. In Celeste, if you want to climb directly up, so here we can wall jump our way up. You know, it's kind of. Actually, not really. Can you do that in Celeste? You fear dash is going to require JavaScript code. Oh, okay. That's concerning for a few different reasons, but maybe not. Maybe it's not so concerning. So in Celeste, I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't. I would, be determined to solve it without JavaScript. But like, that's just me. I think you need to use copy and paste code ODE mask to make smoother movements. Interesting. I believe you. I also think we haven't really explored any ways of smoothing the movement yet. So, that may be true. But we still have other modalities to check out too. What's up, Springlock Studios? Welcome, good to see you. I am continuing my quest to get a Celeste-like game put together. Started out in Unity, and now I'm working on it in GDevelop. This is Celeste, the actual game that we're looking at here. And in Celeste, you can wall jump, and you do increasingly go down, so you can't climb up just by wall jumping. You will start to fall down, as you can see. I am not staying in the same place or going up. However, if you grab and you jump, then you can climb up. So the grab plays a really important role in Celeste for allowing you to climb upward, right? And you can only hold on for so long. You can see the character will start to get tired if you do a lot of activity while you're holding. So you can only jump upward so many times while you're grabbing before she's going to get tired. But this is why not just the grab for the sake of having a grab, but it's the only way to climb up a wall is to grab and then jump. Because if you try to climb up a wall just by wall jumping, again, you're going to slowly go down, which is good and fine, and actually the way it works here as well, we're going down slowly, so that's wonderful. But now we can't climb up a wall unless we have another one to bounce off of. So, yeah, I say we spend today looking into the grab. I am curious about the dash, but I am curious about the dash, but if Ash Kettle is so determined to get us a dash, who am I? Who am I to reject it? especially if you want one. I hope it can get pulled off without JavaScript code, because I think it's a strength of GDevelop that you don't have to get down into raw code. But if you do have to, I'll learn it. I will learn it. I promise you, I will. Springlock has 184 followers on Dreams. Congratulations. Celeste misses one thing in your opinion. Grappling hook. Maybe Celeste too. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. That would definitely make a lot of the puzzles more complicated. I could see the devs wanting to avoid that for the sake of overcomplicating their game. Oh, and so the dash right now, there is a dash right now. First of all, it's way overpowered. And it can only either go left or right. And again, we can't climb up on a wall like this. Oh, we can! If we dash! Wow. We can dash if I hit control. If I do control and we dash. So let me show you the input so you can see a little easier. I mean, this one we can just wall jump up. So at least there is some way we can fake it. But, you know, it's not the way we really want. And here's the thing, in Celeste, you can't dash. This is another, so this is, oh, and this is the other thing we need to change too, that this doesn't have, that Celeste does, which is that you can dash infinite times here. You can just spam dash for days. In Celeste, it's a very, very specific mechanic that you can only dash once before touching the ground again. And grabbing a wall does not count as a way to refill your dash. You have to actually touch a ground. Or they have like a little gem that you can collect sometimes that'll give you an extra dash. And so I'm gonna see if I can find one of those. But if you want to do one of the omnidirectional dashes, yep. Oh dear God. Oh, maybe I should grab on. I can't wait until we can get into puzzle design stuff, right? This is what makes Celeste so fun, besides the movement itself, is using the movement to solve these little puzzles, right? Like this thing keeps launching me, and I'm gonna grab on it like that, so then I survive. That is not the gem. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Oh. See, they got all these awesome, like platforms and such cool designs. I really want to get into that stuff, but we're so, it's so important to do the movement, because otherwise you can't really build, see, I died there because I didn't have another horizontal dash or an omnidirectional dash to get myself free. Oh, there's a gem. Okay, there we go. So here, if I collect one of those gems right there, then I'll get a second dash. That's the only way. So I can spamming the dash button right here. Nothing is happening. I only do one dash. Actually, I'm just spamming dash. And you can see it requires that I hit the ground first before we can dash again. And then if I come over here, let me see. Yeah. If I come over here, I gotta actually make it there. I gotta actually get to that gem first. It's so hard to see with me in the way. Yep. Oh, wait, let me get out of the way. Oh, there's a gap. I was like, why do I get stuck? There, we got 2 dashes because I collected that gem there. So dash, dash, then we get 2. So we would need to set up something like that so we could actually do it. Dash, a big speed vector for a short time. Right. Yeah, in theory. We got Kai in the house, YouTube member Kai. Thank you so much for supporting HyperGameDev the way that you do. We got Kai in this house. If you're a member and you come in, I'm gonna sing you into the chat. Welcome, 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 Kai Thank you so much for being a YouTube member. Hope you're doing great. You can be a member too, and you can get sung to when you join. Congratulations. Yeah, this is the actual game, Celeste. This is not our game. Oh man. You know what? I'm glad for as long as you had to wait before I told you that's not ours. I'm glad you got to like feel what it feels like to think that this is ours. No. No, it is not. So this is ours. Recently, that is to say moments ago, we switched out the sort of spaghetti code that we were putting together to get the controls to work. And now we've got some new stuff. Now you can see the character isn't switching directions. We gotta add a bunch of stuff back in, but this advanced character controller that's built into GDevelop is one we were not using, but I'm really glad that now we are. Because it has some wall jump stuff built in that works pretty well, I would say. And it also has some wall sliding built in, works pretty well, I would say. And it looks, I mean, the wall jump just is so much better. Like, it looks so much better, right? It's floatier. It's not as sharp as ours was. So that is a huge, huge improvement. And it also has a dash in here, right? The dash is only horizontal. In Celeste, you can go 8 different directions with the dash. You can dash up, up left, up right, down left, down right, down. And in this one, you can only go like left or right with the dash. So that's something that we're going to need to fix. It also doesn't have a wall grab. So I'm going to want to add in a wall grab and then have it so when we're grabbing, we can jump straight up. The dash also happens too many times, so you can just spam dash. We want to say you can only dash once until you're grounded again, unless you collect a special gem. And other than that, it's saving us a lot of time, and we don't have spaghetti code. So yes, that's kind of where we're at. I think let's work on a grab today and see if we can get that implemented. And maybe if we're lucky, we can get a straight up jump, but I'm not so sure. That dash has a negative 0.25 second cooldown. We want it to have an infinite cooldown unless we're grounded. So that, I feel like that's probably going to be tricky too. Ash Kettle says, dash is entirely possible with no JavaScript code required. I'll link a video on how to make it yourself. My Google Food knows no equal. Oh, okay. Yeah, did you link that yet? That's intriguing. That's deeply intriguing. By Victress Games. Yes, Victress is a good one. Let's see, that's 2 years ago. And this is like making like it's a horizontal dash with shadow clones. Okay. Even though it says horizontal, I trust that it's multi-directional. It looks more smooth. I'm so glad! Yeah, it does look more smooth. And look, all we did was just implement what's already built into GDevelop. Right? I just remapped the controls. So whole code for your jumping with impulse with your slide down and jumping across 2 walls are scrapped. Yeah, the impulse. Yeah, I mean, basically, yes. Yes. Yeah, code. Yeah, the code. Yeah, it is absolutely scrapped because this totally solves all of that. So I'm glad we learned all of that. Like now we understand a little bit more about things that work in GDevelop, but no reason to keep using any of that. Yeah, that's all gone. It's all gone. It's all gone. Elite Name says, I'm sitting in a weird position when I'm on the PC too. Yeah, I do get in weird spots. I do get in weird spots. I'd like to have my freedom. I'm a fidgety girl, all right? I'm hyper game dev. I got ADHD all day. I gotta move. Same code will work for all directions, just a different force. Interesting. I missed a lot of streams, I think, this week. I don't care. Literally, the streams are here for you. You're not here for me. I'm here for you. Don't forget that. You don't gotta owe me any apologies, but thank you for your thoughtfulness. I appreciate it. I led down a bad path, mea culpa. That's all right. It's quite
If you've used
alright.
GDevelop, then you've seen this platformer example
Speed this
before.
up.
What you have not seen
Turn it
is
down.
this platformer.
Sorry about the
This
sound.
video, I'll show you how
The
to
last
do this
video
flash
was really
using
quiet,
the shadow
so
clones
I had the
extension
volume up
and,
loud.
of course, the logic for
Forgive
dash.
me.
Let's get started.
I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for the volume.
Hey guys, this is Tristan with Victress Games. I want to thank my friend Helper Wesley, who was
Speeding
curious
it
about
up.
how I made this horizontal dash. The dash uses a tween, and it also maintains your Y value so that you stay horizontal like this. Also, it uses shadow clones extension. I would say it's not hard and it's not easy, it's somewhere in the middle. So the first piece of code I have is dash delay timer, which I set for 1 second. I have a variable. It's an object variable. It lives on the player hitbox, which is what the platformer example game uses to control.
Okay, well, we're not going to do this right now, but this is interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on this for sure. I'm going to keep an eye on this one for sure. Thank you for pointing it out. Let's do the grab. Let's do the grab. Let's not get into that. Let's not get into that. Let's do the grab. All right, so right now, this is what our code looks like. We turned off pretty much everything, other than just some, like, you know, basic stuff that makes the walls appear and whatnot. All that we have now is we're just remapping controls to be WASD, and for the dash, we have a control mapped. Other than that, nothing is there. So let me actually group this up. I'm gonna add a event group, or we could even, let's even say this. Let's say player controls, and that's just what this group will be. And then let's add a new one, and I'm gonna call this wall grab. Now I don't know if we're actually going to need this over here, and it's probably gonna get a little spaghetti. It's probably gonna get a little spaghetti, would be my guess. Event group, wall grab. But hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's not too bad. So, the way that the wall slide works right now is it's this advanced jump behavior, I think. No, it's not. It is wall jump. It's on wall jump. Figure out the jumps. We figured some stuff out. Yeah, we figured some stuff out. We pretty much got it all set up that's available to us. Everything that GDevelop provides for some of this advanced platformer movement, we've got it implemented. And now what I'm looking into is getting a wall grab on there. That's what I'm going to try to do now. I'm looking at the wall sliding, and I'm afraid of interfering with this. I wonder though, if we can't access these values, right? So we have, what if we set the minimal and the maximum falling speed to 0, right? So if I were to do that right now, if I were to come into the behavior settings right now on the wall slide, and just set these to 0. So minimum falling speed, 0. Maximum falling speed, 0. And we just hit play. When we hit the wall, we should just get stuck. It's still... Okay, I would have hoped for this to be a little more stucky. We're still like gently moving down. So I wonder, unfortunately, if we don't also want to change the gravity to be like 500,000, right? Something ridiculous. No, that didn't help. Okay, all right. Now I did forget to check what these were, because I forget that GDevelop doesn't do defaults or undos in here. This was 50, I want to say, and this was like 150, and then gravity was 500. Can you put -1 on gravity? Oh, I don't know. Well, that would be... Wouldn't that be floatier? Wouldn't that be floatier? Am I still interested in HiPipe? Absolutely. I'm going to go back to HiPipe next week. Next week, I'm going back to HiPipe. Oh, falling speed. I see. Next week, I'm going back to HiPipe. Yeah, dude, after trying out Soba and Struct, I'm honestly missing HiPipe. There is a game jam, I know. I really want to participate. Guys, I've been like I've been like paying our bills on Hype Game Jam money. I've gotten almost $1,500 winning game jams on Hype, winning a place in game jams on Hype. This current game jam, I'm a little overworked right now, so I don't know. I have a couple weeks to work on it, so we'll see. I'm gonna try. I really need that money. I need that money real bad. So I'm gonna try, but yeah, I don't know. But I'll definitely be working on Hype next week. Stormrun asks, will the grab code you made before not work this time? Yeah, we can try it. And so, yeah, I'm basically going to retry a similar thing, pretty much. I think you need to deactivate gravity for dash, jump, etc., and activate after to know final positions using speed and time. Less realism, but more understandable. I hear you. I hear you. I feel like I want to get everything working on a basic level, and then maybe we can tweak to get these things. I think you're onto something. I do think you're onto something. Wouldn't the top 50 need to be 0? Yeah. So if I set this, so I just tried that, right? I set these to 0, and unfortunately we slid down just a little bit. We slid down just a little bit. So here is with them both on 0, and we're still sliding. So the good thing about testing this is I'm going to try to, put this together in the event sheet, right? But I need to test it here to see what happens. Somebody said try negative. We can try that. I wonder. Good to know. Good luck. Maybe you'll be able to scratch some great game. It's all about that new leaderboard and rank system, right? Yeah, it is. So we're still kind of squishing down a little. Yes, and that's not something I'm really good at when it comes to making games. Leaderboards are my biggest weakness. Is doing leaderboards. And that is to say, having like a game that feels competitive, that people want to like get high scores on, and like that is, whoa. Okay, so that definitely had the opposite effect. Wow. Did I do gravity? I must have done gravity. That has to be what I did. What? Okay, so no, that is not what happens. That is the opposite. So this is not enough. There's also this impact speed absorption. We could set that to 0. It's 350 by default. And I'm going to set the gravity to something ridiculous. So maximum gravity. I guess we don't want max. I guess we want no gravity. No gravity. Just all zeros. Just zeros across the board. This was 500. This was 500. This was 50. This was 150. That was 350. Okay, let me see if I can remember that. Let me see if I can remember that. Don't you fall off a few seconds of holding too? Slide anyways. Yes. Yeah, so I just tried that storm run, and it actually had the opposite effect. So I did -1, and it didn't really do anything. I did -1,000, and it was launching me up in the air. So yeah, unfortunately, we're still sliding down a bit. So not looking very promising here. Let me put this back to 500. I'm very disappointed by that, I have to say. I wonder if we leave these off, like what else could be affecting it, What else could be affecting it? Is there a stop movement option? Maybe. Maybe. It sounds too easy. But it's worth a shot. All right, let's put the maximum falling speed 150, put this back to 350. And if we go to the event sheet, we could try. I'm going to add a sub-event. I'm going to say, let's do an OR gate. And I'm just going to say, if left or right shift is pressed, key pressed, left shift, or right shift, turn off movement, then re-enable it. I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice. It seems way too good to be true. Because, I mean, with all of these different, and it's sort of, it does concern me a little bit, having all this different these different behaviors, because, I don't know how it's going to interact with all of it. You know, like one might not cancel out the other or something. I'm not really sure. I think this is an inherent problem with having, you know, pieces that are pre-made that you tack on. It's hard to like be able to configure them well, but maybe not. Maybe these are made easily configurable. I mean, if we just look at, for example, stop movement, right? Simulate control, speed on the x-axis is all top-down movement. Important to look at is this middle section. So there's like movement slash top-down movement slash movement. We need to look at this middle section. So here it says top-down movement, top-down movement, top-down movement. None of this says what we actually have. So we have, it's the wall jump, advanced platformer movements. So this advanced platformer movement right here, this is what we kind of want to look for. Advanced platformer movement. Remove a remaining air jump, reset air jumps, coyote time frame, simulate dive key, abort dash, simulate dash key, jump time frame, side acceleration, side speed, gravity, maximum falling speed, impact speed absorption, configure horizontal acceleration, configure horizontal deceleration, configure gravity, configure maximum falling speed, configure maximum horizontal speed, revert configuration. I wouldn't know the first thing to do in this engine. I know. But I always love, you're so good at you have this amazing skill at making suggestions that can help despite the engine. There was unfortunately, it's side speed. I wish it was slide. I thought that too, but it's side. It's side. Whatever that means. But I have some hope here. So we were just modifying the wall jump behavior before, and the maximum speeds and the minimum speeds and the gravity for that. But what I'm noticing here is this says maximum falling speed. Now this does say wall sliding configuration though. This does say wall sliding configuration. So it is very specific to that. But what I wasn't sure of is like here, right, we have configure gravity, configure maximum falling speed, and this is for the platformer character configuration stack, which is also on the player. So if we do all of these at 0, it might cut through that little bit that's like still sliding down. It might actually affect that. Isn't slide speed just the inverse of friction? Sure. Sure. Seems like the same stuff. Yeah, it is the same stuff. The difference is we can, you know, define it with code. So I'm going to try. I'm going to say, I'm going to get all of these. We have configure maximum fall speed of the player, maximum falling speed 0. All right, we're going to try to put them all down. I don't know what identifier is. We probably don't need it. So I'm going to come through advanced platform, and then let's do speed. Still don't know what side speed is. That might be like when you wall jump, like how fast you jump away to the side. That would be my guess. Gravity also ties into fall speed, I think. Right. Yeah. And so we modified the gravity before, but it was only on the wall jump. So I say, if the minimum maximum fall speed adjustment doesn't make the difference, then perhaps we can add in the gravity stuff too. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to affect both the platformer character configuration stack and the wall sliding configuration simultaneously and see if that makes us stop. All right, Ash Kettle, good luck with getting your beard colored pink. Dude, you're going to love it. You're going to love it, honestly. Like, you deserve to have a pink beard. All right, have fun, and yeah, good luck. So wholesome, just the most wholesome. So we want to say, configure, which one do we have? Wait, I forgot which one we had on here. Configure maximum speed. It's not really, we gotta open it up. This is for so we have the platformer configuration stack, maximum falling speed. That's already set up. Might scare yourself in the mirror for a few days. Oh, who's that? I feel like a pink beard on like, I mean, I'm assuming Ash Kettle has pinkish skin. I could be wrong, but depending on your skin tone, a pink beard might just blend in. It might just look like he has no beard. Unless he has darker skin, then it's gonna like pop, which will be really cool. Either way, it's cool. Gifted Hyper Game Dev memberships. Oh my gosh! Thank you for the membership gift. Let's go. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for doing that. Storm Run Gaming, congratulations. You are now a member. I haven't set up gift membership alerts. Let me add that. Let me make sure I add. Dude, that's so nice. Thank you. Thank you for doing that for Kai. All right, well, you know, this is what we do. This is what we do. If you're a member and you join the chat, we sing you a song. Welcome, Storm Run. I know you're already here, but now you're a member of Hyper Game Dev. Hyper Game Dev and Storm Run are together. Yeah. Okay. that's for you. That's for you. All right, let me get you up here on the screen so that way we can give great thanks to your donation. And there we go. Your name should roll up there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I think Ash still needs a member. Yeah, oh, well, you know, gifting the membership, you don't know who it's gonna be. You just don't know who it's gonna be. It's gonna be somebody, you don't know who. Why is the live hypers thing not popping up? Let me make sure, let me just fix that. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Yes, there's Kai. Let's go. That's a great song. Thank you. Thank you. It's the least I can do. It's the least I can do. You guys can join Hyper Game Dev. Head over to the channel page. You get some emotes. You're going to get member streams and other perks like shoutouts and singing. What's up, Donnie? We singing! We out here singing! Good to see you, Donnie. Yes, it is. All right, what are we doing? Right, so we're trying to get the falling speed. We have been working. I need a soundtrack to sing. That's not untrue. That's not untrue. Maybe, yeah, that could be arranged. That could be arranged. So what are we doing? So basically, I have been working on a Celeste-like game. I started out in Unity. No, Kai! Look, there is one distraction on this channel nobody ever has to apologize for. And really none of them, because any distraction is my fault, ultimately. But one thing that is nobody's fault is when you're supporting this channel, all right? Not when you're supporting this channel, then it's all good. Sorry for distraction, it's all good. So yeah, so Donnie, we're singing, but we're also getting this Celeste-like game to have some, oh no, it's got the dreaded multi-jump. We can fix it. We can fix that. I want to have Celeste-like controls. I do have the game Celeste up. If you're not familiar with it, it is a really cool platformer game that came out in 2018. And it's something that the chat had voted on that I try to make. And so I've been remaking it in GDevelop from Unity. And today I reconfigured everything because Ash Kettle, a chatter, came through and told me about this awesome extension that already has wall jumping and wall sliding and dashing and things in there. There's some things about it that don't satisfy me as a clone of Celeste, so I am working on trying to get those in there. For example, wall grabbing. I want to get wall grabbing added in. The closest we have, oh, we see some problems. The closest we have so far still has us sliding down a little bit. So I'm working on a wall grab specifically, so that way we can hang on just like we do in Celeste. And then there's some other features too that I'm gonna want to add in. So this is a nice wall grab in Celeste versus a slide right there. So we can either slide or grab, and right now in ours we can only slide. We did have a grab before, but that was with our spaghetti code. And now we're bringing in some new spaghetti. There's a deal on Humble Bundle. Oh, yeah. So by the way, guys, did you know you can use Hyper Game Dev? You can contribute to Hyper Game Dev through Humble Bundle. Speaking of distractions, did you know? Actually, in the description of
Speaking
this
of
video,
distractions,
I
did you
hope
know?
so.
Actually,
Double Lees. Don't worry about all those Leeses. Please tell me it's in here. It's not! Oh, shoot. It's not in the description. All right, well, I'll make sure I add it to the description. You can also come to the channel page, and you can find the link right in either the About description or down here at the bottom. Use this Humble Bundle link. I'm going to make sure there's a link in the description. I'll update that ASAP. But if you use this link right here on your Humble Bundle shopping, you're going to be able to get everything you would normally get, including this DAW deal that they have on Humble Bundle, among other things. And you can divert, let's just pick this one. This is not it, but you can divert money to Hyper Game Dev when you purchase stuff. So make sure you use that code whenever you shop on Humble Bundle. I'll put a link in the chat so you can have it. All right, anyway, let's get back to work for real. Let's get back to work for real. Careful you don't break the universe. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a really good point. In bundles. Well, you guys can go find it. I'll make sure I have a link for it by the next stream. That's the best distraction. I agree. Pulls out the ukulele. Yeah, no, we can definitely get a soundtrack figured out. Once you get the basics and movement, the level design is going to be fun. I know, dude. I want that so badly. I want that so badly. I'm dying to do level design. Because it's like the most fun part of Celeste is playing the levels. I completely am with you on that. All right. Okay, let's get this. See if we can get this grab going. Let's see if we can get this grab going. Although I am always willing to stop for Hyper Game Dev support hype. I'm sorry, but I just am. All right, that's important. Okay. So I'm gonna say we want to do advanced platformer, and then specifically speed. And so we already got the platformer configuration stack, maximum horizontal speed. I'm also going to do the maximum horizontal. This is just, what is it? Oh, this is just regular. Oh, we didn't do horizontal because we don't care about horizontal. Maybe we do care about horizontal. I wonder if we do. It's actually this one, the wall sliding configuration. I want the maximum falling speed of this on the bass player to be 0 as well. Okay, so we've got the maximum falling speed of the bass player on the platformer configuration stack going to 0. Now, I guess we can't do the minimum, which is a little disappointing. Minimum fall speed. So we can only, I hate that. We can only actually adjust the maximum. That may be all we need to adjust. That may be all we need to adjust. So let's see what this does. Let's start with that and see if that is enough. It is not. You can see we're still sliding down a little bit. So unfortunately, that's not enough to get us to stop. I would make sure all character animation stuff work well before we do levels. That way it doesn't get too confusing later. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, character, right. Character movement, some character animation stuff. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That's a bit down the road, though. You turn 3 things to 0. Do you got to set them back up? Yeah, we do. Oh, no, we do. Then you can tell, because watch. If I activate it now, and then I walk away, yeah, we do. But I figure I might as well first see if we can get it to stop at all. So there's still the gravity. Advanced, I'm going to do advanced gravity. Wall sliding configuration, gravity, and then there's also, again, the platformer character configuration stack. So let's try, I guess we want no gravity? I guess? Yeah, because more gravity would pull us down further. So gravity advanced. If this doesn't do it, we're going to have to, I don't know, we're going to have to get creative. We're going to have to get creative. So this one we want to be 0 as well. I don't know if we need this identifier thing. We might. We might need this identifier thing. Let's see if this helps, though. If we are stopping when we activate it, we are not. You can see we are still slowly going down. As long as there's no space, physics, and you go floating off. Yeah, right. Fortunately, we did not. I wonder if we need this identifier. So if we look at the platformer configuration stack right here, I mean, it's really got nothing to it. It's just platformer object. Is this the identifier? Somehow I feel like it isn't. but we could try. Something already set has to be pulling you down. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think this is what we type here. It's just a theory. I mean, it is accepting it. It is accepting it. I don't know if that. I mean, if I say flatformer object, it accepts that as well. So there's no guarantee that this is actually the correct use of it. We could look at documentation too, just to make sure. So we're still going down a little bit at a time. So this is our main problem right now, is getting that to slide down right. Just to learn right, is there gravity in your character? Is that what this is? Maybe. Let's look at the help for this. Okay. I want to search for. This is gonna be tough. Identifier stack. Advanced platform movement. Revert configuration for one identifier. Right, but what is an identifier in this case? I don't really understand what that means at all. Let's look up configuration identifier. Just to make sure that that's not something we need to do. Configure to help you oh, sorry. We need to say GDevelop as well. Nothing exists. Okay, so that makes me think we don't need it, and leaving that blank isn't going to break anything. We could maybe also test that, very possibly. Okay, so I'm going to just make this blank. I'm sure that's fine. And in terms of slowing us down more, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what else to modify. Advanced platformer movements. Remove remaining air jumps, coyote time frame, abort dash, simulate dash key, side speed. Now this is from the side jump. There is this, I think that's what all that means. Side acceleration, side speed, that's like the jump. There is this gravity from the wall sliding. I think we already added that on here. Maximum falling speed, we already modified that. Impact speed absorption, we haven't modified that. So we could look at that. We could look at that as well. I feel like it's not going to make a difference. Is it coyote time? Is that already set? Would coyote time? We could try it. We could easily just add a crap ton of things in here, right? And just say turn all that stuff off, right? So coyote time frame, we could say it goes down to 0. And again, this is just looking at all the things it lets us set. I think that's where you stop in the air. Coyote time is where if you run off the edge, you have extra time to jump while you're still in the air, is what coyote time is. So with those extra options, he stays in the air for a sec. Kinda. All right, I'm gonna try to do the grab. Wait, we stopped! It worked! Wait, what? What worked? What worked? But what was it that worked? Interesting too, if I let go of shift, we start doing a we do have to unset everything. There's some funny things happening here. So if I'm holding shift, we're stuck. If I let go, we start to. Not only that, but you saw the whole screen kind of like jerked around. So it stops. That's really interesting. So something that's being set when we press it is getting unset when we let go, which is really strange. Because obviously not everything is getting unset, because normally this is the fall speed. That's the slide speed. This is the fall speed. That's the slide speed, right? That's us sliding. Now, if I press the grab, we get stuck, which is perfect. That's what we want. If I let go, what the? So, yeah, I think we need to unset some things. I think we need to unset some things there, so we don't get rubber banded into the air like Samurai Jack. Maybe. I'll take your word for it on that one. So let me just turn this off. Let me just turn all this off for now. And if so, let me show you, just so you know what coyote time is. Coyote time is basically if you run off the edge. So I'm gonna run off the edge, like right in the middle of the air. I would still be able to jump. So we have a slight bit of coyote time, a very small amount. Let me show you a little more clearly, just so you know. So it's not about stopping in the air. It's about allowing you to... It's not a great name, really. It's... Because you're right. That is what the coyote does, is they stop. They don't jump when they're in there. So that's a good point. So right now our coyote time, I set it to 0.06 because that felt a little more Celeste-y. By default, they had it set to 0.25, which was way too much in my opinion. So here you can see, you're going to see a little better what that does. So I'm going to be able to basically jump in the middle off the ground. So you can see I'm not even, like I can like let myself fall a little bit and I'll still be able to jump. So coyote time is allowing you to jump in midair after leaving a platform is what coyote time is. And this to me is way too much time. So that's why I set it down to 0.6. Should be called air jump. Yeah, it's like air jump, but I guess the coyote captures the fact that it's after you leave a platform. So like post-platform jump, I don't know. It's hard to name things. It's hard to name things. Need gravity back. Yeah, absolutely. At least. So, okay, but like, so let's put all this back on. What was it? We haven't identified what was it that fixed it so the grab actually worked. What was it? I'm gonna remove the coyote time going to 0. I'm gonna take that off because I have a feeling that wasn't it. Okay, let's try this again. Nice. So it was the speed absorption. So I guess it was leaving a little speed on there. So let's get that off of here too so we can see that that is the problem. So if I take that off, I think the speed absorption was continuing to apply some extra speed depending on how fast we were going when we hit the wall. Yeah, see, so now we're still moving a little. Because our gravity's at 0, it's applying those physics to the character. Weird. And then if I remove the gravity from it, we'll have that same problem where when we grab, we're just slowly going down. Which makes me think we don't need to actually adjust the gravity. So let me just put... we do have the gravity of the wall sliding. I'm going to try taking that off as well. I wonder if we can just get away with changing the impact speed, the wall sliding of the bass player, and the wall sliding speed of the platforming stack. So I'm going to try that. Yes! So we don't have to adjust the gravity at all. Now there's still a really weird camera thing that's happening, where the camera doesn't... It seems like I don't know what's going on. Something really weird is happening with the camera there. I wonder if we make the bass player visible. So there's two things here that is the character. There's the sprite that lets us see what the character looks like. And then there's this bass player, this black square or rectangle behind the player. And that is actually what is moving around and jumping, is that black square or rectangle. So I'm going to make it visible, and I wonder, because the camera is set to follow, oh, it's set to follow a layer. Okay, so it's following a layer, not necessarily that black box. Oh, but the bass player, oh no, but it is, because there's bass player X, bass player Y. Okay, so no, it is, so the camera is following the bass player, which is that rectangle. So I want to see what it looks like. We are making it invisible at the beginning of the scene, so that way you know, you don't see it. But let's keep it visible so I can see what is happening. Okay, it's not visible. Oh, you know, let's just do this. It might be not visible by default. Okay. Undo and redo is really weird in GDevelop, I have to say. Let's set it to 255. So then it'll be visible at the beginning of the scene. So we should see that black rectangle there. Where is it? Wait, why is it still invisible? At the beginning of the scene, change the opacity to 255. Why is it still invisible? Let me open it up. Let me check its settings here. Where are those settings located again? Not here. Here. There we go. So this is custom size, angle, Z order. Why is it not visible? I'm a little confused by that right there. You had to press Shift Control Z for undo. So that was me trying to redo. I was attempting to redo, but then it did undo. So I'm not really sure what happened there. I was spamming those buttons. It's what was happening. When you let go, the speed absorption goes back to normal. No, it doesn't. Maybe, probably not. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe that is what was happening. Right. Yeah, maybe that is what was happening. Yes. Actually, yes. That might be what's happening. That might be what's happening. You misspelled it. Autocorrect didn't fix it. Rude. Why is this not visible? It's a little frustrating. Maybe it's Z order is weird. Oh, look at that. Where is it? Do we have something else making it not visible? Because it should be set to visible right away. What if I do always? What if we just say, always please make it visible? Oh, you know what? There it is. It was I think in debug, I had this set up. Okay, there we go. So now we can see it. Whew. All right, there we go. Now it's not visible, or it is visible. Now if I do this, it doesn't change position. I wasn't sure if it was gonna move. So it's something about that camera lerping. So there's an interpolation there that's having it slowly catch up with the player when we move. But this is breaking that. Something we're doing here is making that camera follow not function correctly, which is a big problem. Do I have a smooth? So this is what this is doing, right? This change X position of camera layer set to be an interpolated camera X to the base player X position, right? So what this is doing is it's gradually moving the camera to the player position at a 0.05 offset, pixel offset. And then on the Y-axis, it's doing the same thing, but at a 0.1 offset. So, you know, if we were to just remove this, well, we could also say camera position or camera center. We could also center the camera on the base player. I'm kind of curious to know what this would do too. So this would be doing it, but it would be following it constantly. So if I remove these two conditions right here, the interpolation, oop, we did 3. If I remove the interpolation, what happens if you change that offset? Yeah, so if we change the offset, it'll follow at a different rate, but it'll be interesting to see how that would affect our little glitch. But first I'm going to try it with it just constantly following. So now there's not going to be any little interpolation. Just everywhere we move, it's going to track us right away. So hopefully you can see that. So I'm curious to know, how does our weird grab affect that? It doesn't. So, I mean, I'm spamming shift, and we're not getting that jerkiness. Whereas if I put all this back on here, so this is the interpolation on there. If I add that back on, the smoothing, now and it's only when I let go. It's only when I let go. Yeah, centered looks fine. It's only when I let go. So it's possible as well that it could be resolved if we set the falling speed and the impact speed back to what they're supposed to be, right? That might help us here. I have another concern and curiosity. Maybe it needs that reset on gravity. Maybe. We actually don't have any gravity changes happening. I wonder if it has something to do with us changing the platformer stack here. So I'm going to actually remove the falling speed at the platformer stack because I actually don't know if that's making a difference. When we were on the behavior settings, right? When I came to the bass player here and I went to behaviors and I set the, the wall jump falling speed. When I set the impact speed to 0 here, and I set the maximum falling speed to 0 here, we got that slow drag instead of a full stop. And so my hope was that if I added in some more stuff like this platformer stack falling speed to 0, which we actually can't change that in the platformer stack. So over here in the platformer stack, it doesn't even have any options at all. It doesn't have options. It does have some code we can edit, but it doesn't have options. So I just kind of wonder if maybe there's some glitch that's happening here and we don't maybe actually need this. So I'm going to try removing this. Again, this is what's affecting the platform configuration stack right here. So I'm going to try removing that and see if we still stop. And also if our little camera issue is still there. We still stop. So we don't even need that. So that was extra logic that we didn't need. Oh, the camera glitch is still there. Okay, well, that's one less thing that we're changing. So that's good, but it is not actually related to our problem, unfortunately. It's it's almost like the whole game glitches. I mean, look at it. It just don't look right. Things don't look right there. We also had this other thing about the window being focused or not. No, that doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I don't think that's anything. All right, that's nothing. Did everything reset back to normal? No. I had so that's something we should try that next. So let's do that. Let's say that when we release, so we have for the wall grab, if left shift key is pressed or right shift key is pressed, it's going to change the wall sliding maximum falling speed to 0 and the impact speed absorption to 0. So let's add a new event. I guess I'll make it a sub event, maybe. And let's say or key released, right? So I'm going to say key is released, and specifically we want to say it's left shift or right shift. So actually, I don't want to say that. I want an or condition. So it can be either left shift or right shift. Add a sub condition, shift or press or release. There's words. Shift, left shift, and then I'm also going to add right shift. Oops, released. Key released, shift, right shift. Okay, wonderful. And this time, I want to change it back to normal. So the maximum is 150, is what we set it to on the behavior. So that's what I'll set it to here, 150. And then for this one, I want the impact speed absorption. I think it's 350? I don't actually know what it is because we didn't set it. It was like a default. I think it's 350. Pretty darn sure. Actually, I'm sure, but let's look anyway. It is 350. Impact speed absorption 350. So we're going to set that back after we release. 350. I get what he was saying earlier. This literally is JavaScript, but with options instead of you having to remember and write a page of code. Yeah, that's what I understand. That's what I understand. Yeah, unfortunately, the only text code I know right now is GDscript, and I barely know it, but I'm learning it. So I feel like JavaScript is gonna be the next one that I learn because of GDevelop. So I'm glad to hear that and to hear that confirmed, because you know it's something that I want to get involved with, and if we're already kind of learning it, that's dope. Kai is back. Hope I will make the Friday show and don't get into 2 to 3 hour of sleep. That's why I wasn't on for a week. Oh wait, you weren't getting enough sleep? Oh, you got to get enough sleep. I hope you can be there for you. Remember, you don't have to be there for us. We're here for you. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. I hope you can be there too, for you. For you. For a week, 2 to 3 hours each day. That's not enough. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately either, myself, actually. Better than that, though. I am so sorry. I really hope. I want you to prioritize that. I want you to prioritize that. I hope the game jam isn't too late. It's tough, you know? It's so hard. I try to do streams at different times, so that way I can catch people in different time zones. But yeah, the game jam is a weird one, because it's late in my time zone, but I think in other time zones, it's like super late. Okay. So I have the released shift keys returning the falling speed values back to 0, or from 0 to the defaults. And let's see how this changes the behavior. So we still get the little visual camera bug. The bug is still happening. We have a couple problems. Number one, our grab isn't based on the condition that we're against the wall. So we need to set that up. That's something we need to set up, because I can do the grab at any point, right? I swear the game is lagging. I feel like it's making the game lag. And I have some concerns. I have some serious concerns about that. That's related to our it hurts your eyes. I'm so sorry. I don't really know how else to show you without doing it that way. But I feel like it's that I think like we have these behaviors from the extension for the advanced player platformer controller. And I wonder if trying to modify those things here using the event sheet is causing some kind of weird code conflict, because we're not actually going into the behaviors and modifying them ourselves. We're trying to do it from the outside. So I wonder if it's causing like a bug, basically. I mean, it almost looks like it's pausing the entire game, and then it doesn't like remember where we left off at. It's really weird. It's like when I click out of Unreal Engine, it lags a bit strange. Maybe it does not have set proper delta time for your FPS. Maybe. When the camera was centered, it fixed it again, right? Right, we should try, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Not sure, I have no clue. We're trying to figure out logically what may happen. Yeah, totally. So, okay. Here's the thing, though. Does it fix it? Does it really fix it? Or is it just not seeming to be a problem? So here's how I want to test that. And this is kind of an unexpected thing. I think we need to add something happening in the game. Some kind of like a character walking back and forth, some kind of animation that's happening that we can track. And we can see, because if we set the camera to not interpolate, we may not notice the bug that's happening, but it might still be happening. Do you know what I mean? So I wonder if there's some movement, yeah, something moving on screen, and we can see if that gets affected by this. And then that might answer the question of whether doing this is causing the game to bug out a little bit. You know what I mean? Can you do a rolling animation on grab? Well, I was thinking it could, like, in theory, I mean, I don't know how to do that. Like, that's beyond that. That's a whole other stream. But just rotate 360. But I was thinking we make it not attached to the character. So just to rule out whether or not it's the character or if it's the entire game. Do you know what I mean? Put like a block of falling lava, something like that. Something like that. I was imagining like an enemy that just, or like a, you know, a character. Guys, if you noticed or not, I will say this, that my internet service provider is doing maintenance right now on the cable lines. It's very irritating. I am looking into switching to a different provider, but it is going to be, it was only like 3 seconds, but it is going to be an expensive venture for us to do, and there's no guarantee it'll fix the problem. But once in a while, the internet glitches like that. I apologize, and I hope that it doesn't happen again. Thank you for listening. Now you know. Weren't you just saying to make something to seek what the problem? Yes, yes. And I'm saying that, first of all, to do the rolling animation, I would have to learn a whole new thing that I don't know, which would take like hours, right? So I'm not going to do that particular thing of the rolling animation because I don't know how to do that, and that's going to take too much time. And then the other aspect of it is that I want to test. I don't necessarily want to have the animation on the player. Same as the head popping. No, because having that, we have to tell it when to run that animation. So I'd have to learn how to tell it when to run that animation. Do you know what I'm saying? All the head popping is just constantly happening. If we're doing like a grab animation, we have to say, when grabbing, play this animation. And I just don't know how to do that. And that's just going to take us off track too much. And this even is going to take us off track. But that, I see that as taking too much off track. And besides, I don't want to have that animation on the player right now. I want to have the animation separate from the player so I can see if the entire game is debugging. Or, exactly, right. So I want to see if the entire game is debugging or is bugging out, or if it's just the player. So yes, we could do that, but I have a feeling, and to that's the second thing I want to do. The first thing I want to do is I want to add an animation outside of the player. And I want to see if that lags when we do this, all right? And then if it doesn't, then we can try putting it on the player. But I have a feeling, I have a hunch, that it's not the player, that it's the entire game that's lagging. And so I want to have an animation that isn't connected to the player, all right? So that's what I'm going to do first, which, you know, is its own thing. You're going to send me a Starlink dish? I don't know what Starlink is, but you talk about it like it's amazing. I need something. I need something. We're waiting for fiber to come in my area. It's not here yet. But maybe this Starlink is better. What the heck is Starlink? Can you just make a stick cube asset which constantly has a rotator? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I didn't think about it, but you have done a lot of extensions and stuff. An engine restart might help. That's true. Let's try that. Let's try that. I like that. That's easy. That's easy. I could do that. Yeah, let's restart the engine. Why not? Why not? I like that. I like that. All right, reboot it. And then I'm going to do, yeah, exactly that. Just have a simple animation, right? Something really simple, separate from the character. Starlink is the internet from SpaceX, very fast, and I haven't had a drop in 2 years. But wait, can you, but I can have it anywhere? I don't have to have it. I can have it like anywhere? Is it really, you can place it anywhere you can see the sky? What? What? That sounds like not true. But I trust you. I trust you. So consider me extremely intrigued. Is it really that hard for a GDevelop to get a proper rotator to a character type? I don't know. But let's hope restarting the engine will fix it. But let's hope we won't have X% chance of occurring, because that would also be a pain. Yeah. You promise. Storm, isn't Starlink really expensive? Right, is it like a service? Like, what is it? I have so many questions. Okay, so let's see if restarting it fixed it. I have a feeling it didn't. But let's see. Okay, so it didn't fix the problem. We're still glitching like that. And now let's get an animation in there. Hey, what's up, Variable? Welcome, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. The Starlink project is started by Elon Musk that consists of a series of satellites orbiting the Earth in a straight line. You should search it on the internet. Its view is beautiful. Yeah, let's do that the next time the internet drops. Let's get a look at it. The internet, you mean YouTube. Let's do it when the internet drops next so we don't get distracted too much. I only know that Musk provided it for Ukraine for X amount of time for free, but then he required a government to pay for it. It did cost us $450 for the dish, but it's yours. Then it's $79 a month. That's a lot. $80 a month is a lot. That's a lot. But if it's worth it, then I mean, look, if it's worth it, if it's good, is it worth $79 a month and a $450 investment is the question. Okay, so let's get an animation in here. 2 gigabytes down on a clear day. Nice. Wait, what if it's not a clear day? Yeah, what about when it's not a clear day? Okay, let's add an animation in here. I'm going to add a new object. Let's make it a sprite. I don't want it to be an animation. We could, I mean, it could be. We could do an animation. I kind of rather it be like a character that walks back and forth. That's what I'm imagining. Still around 1 GB. That's plenty, dude. You don't need any more than that. I mean, really. I don't need even close to that. The lasers blast through the clouds. I'm inclined to trust Storm Run, honestly. Object name. So this is just test object is what I'm going to call it. It's kind of sick, but still, it's still a lot. It is a lot. But if it means I never have to worry about internet drops, I'll move my budget around. We'll see. I'm gonna do some deep research on this Starlink. You have intrigued me incredibly. Or just get a better provider. Well, that's a whole other thing. I mean, again, we could talk about it, but it's going to be a distraction. But, I mean, there is another provider in my area. They provide equal internet speeds. So it's not an upgrade. It's the exact same internet speeds. The only difference is it's a different company. And the problem is they charge a $100 install fee, and they have a contract, so we can't break out of it for a short amount of time. And so that's the only other option we have is a lateral move that might be better. They may have the same problems for all we know. We just don't know. So it's kind of a risk, and it's a lot of effort for a risk. So I don't really know what to do. And then fiber is supposed to be coming to our area, but that company hasn't got it working yet. So I'm just kind of waiting for that to happen, and then I'll switch to that. Or when the maintenance stops that our current ISP is doing, then everything will be better. So it's kind of just a waiting game at this point, or we take the risk and try a different provider, but we have no idea if it's better. Do you know what I mean? So it's just complicated. The Starlink is an interesting new option, though. It's better if you put it on a pole or on the roof, but mine is sitting on the ground. Works fine. I guess it's not the best area for internet. No. No, it is not. My grandparents live in the woods like Red Riding Hood. That sounds awesome. Okay. All right, let me work on this. So we got a test object. It doesn't look like anything right now. Let's give it an appearance. I guess the US doesn't have a proper customer facility to secure proper rights for consumer. Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. If some service provider retailer makes weird tactics, you don't have no one to call. Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's correct. Yep. Nope. That's our free market mentality. No, and I mean, the big ISPs lobby to make sure that there isn't centralized internet or community internet, right? There's huge lobbies that make sure that if a community is building their own internet services, they're shut down. So, I mean, it's impossible. So it becomes monopolized in certain areas, and you're just stuck with whatever you get. And again, there is a company trying to come in and give us better internet, but it's just not here in my neighborhood yet. It is what it is. Okay. So I'm making this object, please God. Let's put a square in here. I kind of want it to be a nice smooth animation that we can like obviously tell what's happening. We can start with the animation. Focus. It's okay. Chatting is okay. But I do try to minimize the distractions if possible. I want it to be a nice smooth animation. Let's do it like this. Let's say, let's put like a nice chunky line here. I guess I kind of want it to be. I want it to be simple. But I also want it to be uniform. Do you know what I mean? Let me try this. Let me try just moving it. Make it a spiky. That's too much. I don't have the art skills to do that quickly. Not in the middle. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have it be like a little line, and it's gonna move across the sprite. So it's just gonna be like a loading thing. So there's one frame, and actually let's even give it a border. Nice little border for it. I think the border should be a different color to add some contrast. What color's the background? Currently it's invisible. We could make a background color. I think it's more complicated though. So I just say it's invisible. Might be better if it isn't black, honestly, so we can see it better. In a game, just wanted to stand out. Yeah. That's a good point. Oh, in the game? Yeah, it's kind of dark in the game, actually. It's a little dark in the game. Yeah, I don't know about the border. I'm not going to do the border. It's a debug thing, right? Let's keep it as simple as he said. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I'm going to say right here, let's duplicate this frame. And then I'm going to scooch it over. 1. Duplicate. Scooch. Oops. Scooch it. Duplicate. Scooch it. Duplicate. Scooch it. I would like to try something other than an animation as well, ideally. You know, like an object that actually moves. But this will also be interesting and useful. So I'm just going to keep scooching it a little bit at a time until it goes all the way across. Can you hold mouse and click right arrow key to move it? Yeah, probably. I thought you were just making an object and going to make it move around the map. Yeah, I could do that too. It could kind of go either way. Built-in animations are cool. Yeah, it could kind of go either way. Honestly. It could go either way. I feel like we should try both, is my opinion. But, I mean, if this gives us, if the glitch appears when we do this, I feel like that'll tell us most of what we need to know. So what we'll see is that it's going to be skipping or stopping or whatever. I love that animation preview in there. Isn't that great? Is there a frame limit? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I hope not. I very much hope not. I also hope I don't mess this up. But it's possible. Oh, well, we did just hit... Oh, crap. Oh, shoot. I don't know if it's gonna save it. Shoot! I've had this happen before. I've had this happen before. You know what? I'm not gonna do this. Nope. I'm bored with that. I feel like there's something with their integration of Piskel into GDevelop. That is a bug I've hit before, where it'll just like basically crash in the middle of using it. Your game is saved, right? You got some stuff working. Oh, so the only thing we lost was the animation. The animation is what we lost, nothing else. Just send you a GDevelop ask animation to you. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Actually, that's a good idea. We could just use something that's already been made. Let's do that. Let's save then. Yeah, we can save. You know, again, it only... Yeah, let's do it. Sure. We haven't made, like, any changes, though. Because remember, we closed the editor and we reopened it. But, what is the file type? Okay, hold on, guys. Guys, just hold on. Just hold on. My God. Alright. So we have an asset store, alright? We can find something. Everything will be okay. So let's get a... Chat almost got like 20 or 30 people distracting. I appreciate the participation, but like, we got it under control. It's not like there's a problem. Sometimes there's like a problem that I need to solve, that I need help desperately. But right now, I'm just getting there. We're just trying to get there, you know? There's not like a lack of clarity on what to do. We just have to get there, all right? So... yeah, let me just look at what we got here. I'm not sure. I have never browsed these assets. Of course, we only want free ones, please. That would be ideal. I'm curious if they have like a little dancing plant or something. This looks like it might be static things. I'm gonna search animation or animated. Animated? Animated, these are all 3D. Okay. Alright. Maybe effects will have something more animated. Don't forget about viewer participation equals all get emotionally into it. I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all getting emotionally into it. I do. It's just like, you know... Sometimes, it's not that it's annoying, it's just that it's slowing down. And it's, I could ignore you, right? I can also ignore you guys. That's a me problem, right? It's kind of a me problem that I don't do more ignoring. But I like to think, since we have a small community, that I don't have to ignore as much, you know? I wonder if these protection circle, I mean, that sounds promising. So this just like rotates a little bit. Look at that. Look at that. I like to think that we can check up on every message. I was about to ask, can you, but forget about it. It's not. Let's test it. All right, so I'm going to add this in here. This looks pretty good. I always appreciate your guys' contributions. I do. I think sometimes, you know, especially when it's only a couple of you, I'm just like, surely I can keep up. And then I'm like, wait, I don't think I can. I guess I feel I don't want to ignore you guys, you know? All right, anyway, so we got this in here. Let's get rid of our test object. We don't need it. Put it in the garbage. Oh, okay, so delete this. Remove this from the game. I should do this more in my game jams. I should really use pre-made stuff more. I don't think I could focus on multiple things while I work on my stuff. I like the multitasking myself. I think this was a very specific situation. I think sometimes, guys, it's like, you know, I'm partially checking in with you and listening to you and interested in what you have to say. And then, you know, I'll have a task and I'm like, okay, here's the next thing I'm going to do. Let's go. We're going to do it. And then if you guys are like, but wait, do this, but wait, do that. I'm like, oh, maybe I should. Maybe I should see what they're saying. Maybe I should see what they're saying, right? And so, you know, it could be important for me to just say, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm not going to look to see what they're saying. And I'm just going to keep going, right? So, it's on me. It's on me. I apologize, because it's on me. While you're working on something, try to keep apart you're doing, because I think it might be really from 1 minute work to 10-minute work. Yeah, it's true. I'm doing repetitive work on my game right now. I get distracted a lot. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. Okay, let's just stretch this out so it's nice and large and we can see it clearly. I'm going to put it right up here. Let's see what it looks like sitting in the scene. It should just be spinning around. It is. Okay, let's do the test. The whole game pauses. The whole entire game pauses when we press the shift key. The entire game is pausing. We're not grabbing. That's not a grab. That's a pause. 1 to 3 people, 1 to 3 ideas, how to do the same thing. Right, exactly. Let's go to shift key press location. Yeah. I mean, it's really weird because it's very strange. I mean, all that we're doing is we're saying change the sliding speed and the impact speed. I'm going to remove, because the impact speed absorption is what made it finally work. So I'm going to remove these, and I'm going to see if the game entirely pauses. It doesn't. So I think that what's happening, and then the problem with removing that is, wait, but now nothing works. Wait, nothing works? I'm confused. Let me turn this off. I'm a little confused. Because now it's not working at all. Wait, why would it stop working entirely? Change the wall sliding max. Oh, because we're not wall sliding. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Hold on. I'm very confused. So the game has a problem resetting the absorption. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can draw a conclusion yet. Is it player behavior, player controller crossed mode into common or someone disable? We're not sure using it. What? Is player behavior and player controller crossed? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, hold on. Let me cook. Let me cook, guys. All right, so I'm not saying don't talk, but let me rephrase it. I'm gonna ignore it for a second so I can figure this out. Please keep talking. Please. Literally. I just have to, I gotta, remember to, do what I gotta do. So this is really weird. If I re-add change the impact speed. So the main thing that's changing here is the impact speed, right? That's what I'm changing. Okay? Now when I press the shift key, it pauses the entire game. Think about how freaking weird that is. Let's let that sink in. That's super, super weird. The only change that's happening here is that we're apparently changing the impact speed absorption. And again, this impact speed absorption should only be relevant to wall jumping. That's the only place that it should matter. But for some reason, it's pausing the entire game. That's a bug on a colossal level. Now, for some reason, when I say change the wall sliding maximum falling speed of 0 on its own when left or right shift key are pressed, when we do that, it actually isn't doing anything. So here's what it looks like normally. We slide down slowly. If I press the shift key, literally nothing happens, which is really, really weird. So it makes me think that there must be something about these behaviors that we've added in that makes it so we can't actually update them. Right? Now, the thing that did make a difference before, so I'm going to remove these, all right? We're going to get this out of here. And instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say advanced platformer. Let me just get a new action. Advanced platform speed. So we have two different things here. There's the wall sliding configuration, which modifies the wall jump. I'm a little right. So this, it says wall sliding, and this is a confusing thing about GDevelop. It says wall sliding, but this is actually wall jumping that it's impacting. It's not a community plugin. It was, but it was officially implemented by GDevelop. So these are the same thing. The wall jump and wall slide are on the same behavior, right? And if we look down here, there's another thing, platformer character configuration stack. I think this, if we make this 0, now this is another behavior on the player, okay? So we have the extension overall for the advanced platformer movement, and then if we put these behaviors on our character, that extension makes them work. So we have wall jump. Let me get this out here. We have wall jump with this little icon, this little like outline of a person running. That's related to the extension. Wall jump, platformer configuration stack, horizontal dash, and advanced jump. On the wall jump is where the sliding is. So we can see it says wall sliding, and here's maximum falling speed, and there's impact speed absorption. When I try to change this in the event sheet, nothing happens. It doesn't actually update it. Now, if I try to change the platformer configuration stack, which is the other thing that we can change, is apparently the maximum falling speed of the platformer configuration stack, which, by the way, has no options here. There's no options here. We can edit the behaviors, which I have a feeling is what we're going to have to do, is edit the behaviors, which is a whole other thing. Okay, so now that you understand what it is that we're affecting, that's what this is going to, the platformer configuration stack. So if I have this go to 0 when we press shift, let's see if anything changes. It does. So I'm pressing shift and you can see we fall down slowly. Now it sets it, so we have to make it release it in order for it to work. So I'm going to copy this, or work, fully. So we're going to say when it releases, we want to set that. I don't know. I actually have no idea what it's supposed to be by default. I don't have a clue, because that isn't present here in the behaviors. However, we can edit that behavior, right? So going back to the platform configuration stack, again, there's no settings here. There's no settings here. If I open this up and hit edit this behavior, we're going to get this whole other screen that we never mess with. We never mess with, right? We have usual max speed, configure deceleration, configure max fall speed. So here's this. Here's configure max fall speed. Configure character maximum falling speed for a given configuration layer and move this layer on top. Okay, so I find this very hard to look at because I don't know how, I can barely zoom it out. But you can see this is like just such a pain to try to read. Let me see if I can reorganize this somehow. Okay, that's a little better. Get setting value, change the maximum falling speed. So I think what this is, okay, I see what this is now. Okay, so I just realized what this is. All right. Okay, here's what this is, guys. What this is doing, let me try to put this window back. I mean, I kind of like it here, actually. If we go back, here's what you're going to find. On the base player, we have the platformer configuration stack. And then the platformer object is the platformer character behavior. Right here. Yeah, platformer character behavior. And what is in there is the platformer object. I believe this must be what we're modifying. And this is the platformer object, which is like this default thing that we're sitting there, that we're putting on here. And this has a maximum falling speed. So I think that must be what we're setting to 0, is this right here. So I'm going to make this 700 then, if that's the maximum. Now I think I understand. It took me all of that to figure that out. So it's weird because it's like, why bother doing the platformer configuration stack when we could just do the platformer object directly? Because that's its own thing. There's the platformer object, or if we say fall speed. So there's maximum falling speed for this, which is the platformer object. So that has its own maximum falling speed. I don't know which one to bother trying. We could do both. We could try both. But now I know what we need to set it back to. So I'm going to set it to 700. So I'm going to preview it. So if we jump, press shift, we'll go slow. Okay, letting go is not setting it back. I'm a little surprised by that. But it's not actually setting it back, even though we have left shift key is pressed, 700. One way we could test to see if the release is working, I'm going to have that black box behind us go to 0. So when I let go of the shift key, the black box surrounding the character should disappear. It doesn't. Oh, no, it wouldn't. Okay, hold on. I have to move the opacity out of always. It's always setting the opacity to be visible. Okay, so come here. Oh, it still doesn't do it. Wait, it does if I click the right shift. What? Okay. What? Oh, it eventually went away. Why did it take so long to go away? The black box is a good debug. Was it because you touched the wall? You would think, but no. It's looking for both the left shift and the right shift. It's supposed to be, if one of these conditions are true, it's supposed to be an OR. Oh, it's because we have this inheriting. That's why. So let me move this over here. That's the problem. But this should reset it to 700. Okay. So the problem is I had this nested in here. So it was looking for left shift key to be pressed. And if left shift key is pressed and it's released, then it was doing it. So I need to move this. Yeah, there's a presses completely. So let me move this over here like that. That should fix that problem. So now we come up here. Black box goes away. Speed goes back. Okay, cool. So we've got that figured out now. So if I hold it, we go slow. If I let go, we drop. Now, what I really want is that when we hold it, we stop. We freeze in the air. So now we got to figure out what else we can change to make that work. Okay. We got DNF Dead in the house. DNF, thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Welcome. Good to see you. Good evening to you as well. The subs are steadily increasing. Thank you guys for subscribing. Don't forget to keep subscribing if you haven't yet and you're watching this. Hello, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. I stream every weekday. You can find the schedule on the channel page. Just subscribe right here and you'll get some more info about when I stream. Thank you for doing that if you're able to. I appreciate it. So, do -1 and +1. So we did try that earlier, Kai, actually. But not only when touching the wall. Technically we want that. But it doesn't really matter for now because I'm just trying to get it to work first. But we did try that earlier. The -1 had the opposite effect and it actually flung us up, unfortunately. So here's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try adding in the falling for the platform behavior, right? Because there's that platform configuration stack, which points to this. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's fine. But I'm going to try it anyway. There's also this current falling speed, which is interesting. But I'm going to see if we add this. I'm basically just throwing darts at the wall and seeing which of these is enough to make it work right. So I'm just going to put this here. It's not in the release yet, but all we need to really see is if it stops, which it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't stop. We keep falling. So that did not do anything. We could try the current as well. So if we do fall speed, we could try setting the current fall speed to 0. See if that makes a difference. Probably won't, but it might. Still dragging down just a little bit. Do you got to use the blue ones or the white ones in the object selector? So that's what I was trying to explain, is that there's the configuration stack and there's the platformer object, all right? Those are two separate things. The platformer configuration stack points to the object. The configuration stack is the white one. So if we do fall speed here, this white one is the configuration stack. This one is the platform behavior, right? So there's two of these. This one points to this one. So effectively, you're modifying the same thing. But I wasn't sure if maybe there was some overlap. All right. Configure maximum falling speed. And so here, so this one is for the wall slide, right? Versus the configuration stack. We've tried this, and this didn't make a difference. We could try it again. I mean, it's not gonna make a difference, but we can try it. So now we're changing the wall sliding. Again, we're not wall sliding, right? We're not actually touching the wall. But even if we are touching the wall, you can see we still go down very slowly, and it's not a full stop. Why would it send you to the top? I wonder. You mean when we go negative? I'm kind of not surprised. It kind of stops the game if you set it to 0 and keeping the player in the air while still giving the world with the physics, but I wonder. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. What's up, Leet Name? So Stranger's gravity when not told to. Well, I haven't turned off the gravity. So we've changed the fall speed, but not the gravity. So that was going to be something else I try as well. So let's try that. We could say base player gravity. Again, we're going to get wall sliding, platformer configuration stack, and then the platformer in general, right? The configuration stack points to this blue one. So in theory, this would be like modifying the same thing. And then for the wall sliding, well, we're not really wall sliding right now. We're just jumping in the air. We could do both. We could do either. I'm going to try first just jumping in the air. All right. And we can try the wall slide. What's world gravity? It has a different icon, though. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a risk. Seems a little risky. So if we put that at 0, we just start flying. That makes us fly if we put that at 0. If we do the wall gravity, right? So wall sliding configuration, if we set that gravity to 0, so now this would only function if we are against the wall. We're still sliding down real slow. I'm not sure that's doing much anything. You want a warm mate? Kind of. Is there an acceleration? Yeah, we could try that too. Or would it be like deceleration or something? We could try that too. So we have, and this is just on the platformer. There's acceleration. We could try setting that to 0. This is pretty much what we have to do. It's just experiment. And yeah, so we're still slide down. I do want to point out, I mean, I don't think it's logical. I think it's illogical when we change the impact speed absorption. When we change this to 0, I think that's incredibly illogical that breaks the game. Because it's only supposed to be doing that one thing. But instead, it's not even, it's just freezing the entire game. To me, that's a bug of the highest order. Like, that is a bug. Because if we come over to the base player, right, and we set the behavior of the impact, let's see. It gets so lost. It's so much. It's so irritating in GDevelop. They expand all of these by default. and it just becomes chaos. So here's the impact speed absorption right here. This is in theory the setting that we're modifying with that code. If I press 0 right here, so I'm making the impact speed absorption 0, which is essentially the same thing as updating it in the event sheet, technically, in theory. Now if we do stuff, not only do we not stop, but the game isn't like freezing, right? So it really just doesn't make any sense at all that that would cause the game to crash. So I find that very frustrating. And it wouldn't solve our problem anyway. So clearly it's not a wall grab, right? That's doing. It's just breaking the game. I think we need to get a player into a static mode, kind of swappable between static and movable if we want to make it in air. I think the collision between two elements with physics would be more logical for the engine to understand. There should be a button to collapse all. I know, I agree. What's that check mark? Keep sliding if holding a key. Yeah, we might want to look at that. What are you trying now? All right, let me tell you, elite name. Trying not to slide down while holding a wall. Yeah, so what that's supposed to do is you have to tell it when to slide, right? So the wall slide, with this checked, it will automatically do a wall slide when we hit the wall. The wall slide will begin. If we uncheck this, then we have to press a button and then the wall slide works, right? So, I mean, again, this shouldn't have any effect because we're just trying to do it to stop in midair here, right? So that shouldn't have anything to do with it. And then we don't actually have a wall slide key defined right now. And, you know, it could be, you know, it's a good thing that you pointed out because if you remember, with the default controls on the platformer object, when that was turned on, we couldn't update the controls manually, right? So it makes me wonder if it's not something similar where we can't update the settings. We can a little bit though, but that's the thing, we can a little bit. It could explain why the impact speed is breaking, but look, I'm able to get it to go slow hitting the shift key. So I don't think it is the same. I don't think it is the same. But it's interesting to think about. So elite name, what I'm doing is we're trying to get a wall grab. All right, that's what we're trying to work on. So we have gotten rid of all of the code that we have done in the past couple weeks. And instead, we're trying out these built-in tools that GDevelop has. Super built-in, which makes me uncomfortable in a lot of ways. I really would rather build stuff from scratch myself, but it is giving us a lot of features like wall jumping, and it looks better and good stuff like that. But now we have to figure out how to get a wall grab to work because it doesn't come with a wall grab. It comes with a wall slide, but it doesn't come with a wall grab. And so we're trying to figure out how to get it to stop when we go on there. It's so odd. There's got to be some low gravity somewhere or vertical movement somewhere. I suppose. I don't know. To me, it's not that odd. To me, it's just a problem to solve, you know? I don't feel like there's like a big problem. It's just like, it's just a regular problem. You know, we just got to figure it out. So what I want to try is, I mean, really, I want to just try throwing darts at the wall is what I really want to do. So I'm going to say, we could try modifying gravity, right? Obviously, setting it to 0 is going to cause a problem. A new wall grab. Yes. Yes. So we don't want 0 gravity or else we're going to float away. And that's not good. Before, the wall grab that we had was actually not working well. It actually got broken by the wall jumping that we added in. We didn't really realize it, but it was true. So this was our old setup. This is what we had set up before. So you'll remember it was this super sharp wall grab that darts us off really harshly, right? This was our old setup. And we had our own wall slide, and now the wall grab, we actually could do it. Well, you can see it actually drags us. It's actually the same problem. Now, this did work well at one point. But right now, it doesn't actually work. So whatever we had figured out in the past actually stopped working. And I think that was because of the wall jumping. So in a way, this is a big problem that we don't even know how to solve. We don't even know how to solve this. Here's what I think is the next step. Here's what I think is the next step. I think we have to go into... Which one is this? Okay, it's this one. I think we have to go into the behavior itself and edit that. Which is a whole thing that I don't know how to do. But I think it's what we have to do. So if we open up the base player and look at the behaviors, these are the behaviors that we've added on that have all kinds of extra bonus stuff on it that let us do things. If we look at this wall jump behavior, which is what has the wall sliding on it, we can click on these 3 dots and we can edit the behavior. And in here, we'll have all these functions that are built in. There's wall jump, horizontal dash, platform configurations, dive dash. Yeah, this is the one. So we have all these functions over here. I guess there's nothing with a behavior of flying, right? I don't know. I don't know. We could look. Fly. Flash effect. 3D flip. It looks like no. Drag a physics object with the mouse. Smooth platforming camera. It would seem like there is not. It would seem like there is not. Maybe there is somehow, somewhere. So over here, we have all these behaviors, right? So there's is wall jumping, is against wall, has just wall jumped. This is like a sort of like meta event sheet, okay? It's like super broken down. And this is what the behavior is made up of. They have all these little icons next to them. And these icons are functions. So this is the whole part of GDevelop that we haven't gotten into, and I think we have to. So these icons represent an action. If it has 2 arrows like this, can be used on objects. We kind of know what an action is already. A condition is a question mark. Condition can be used on objects. You can define the condition parameters. An expression. And there's also these other things, these life cycle methods. So on created, on destroy, there's some more. On deactivate, on activate, all this stuff. And you'll see over here, these are versions of those. So this do step pre-events is a do step post event. Events that will be run at every frame, roughly 60 times a second, for every object that has the behavior attached after the events from the event sheet. Okay, so this do step pre-events, this is a life cycle method. It'll be called automatically by the game engine for each instance living on the scene having the behavior. And so it has its own event sheet. Object has a jump key pressed or simulated. So this is what happens when we press jump. Avoid, and then there's comments. These yellows are comments. Avoid a jump from the floor to do a wall jump because of the allowed time frame. Property was in the air of object true. So I'm guessing this is a variable of some kind. Would be my guess. Check the property value for was in the air. I'm not sure what that is at all. I don't have a clue. Parameters, object groups. So this is just going to take some puzzling to try to understand what this all is. So if was in air is true, object remembers the jump key was pressed. Maybe it's the same as is falling, is jumping. Right. And so somehow that's being defined, was in the air property. So there's this, maybe there's like a property. I mean, there's behaviors, behavior functions. And then there's this functions thing here that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Somehow, for some reason. It's all a little confusing. Now I can't put this somewhere. I'm trying to reorganize this. Oh, there we go. Can we put this over here? Yeah, that would be better. Actually, I don't know if that is better. I think I prefer this over here. So we get more space for the event sheet. And then we can just squeeze that down. So yeah, I don't know where was in the air is. It looks like something that must be being defined somewhere enough that it can be searched here. Object conditions. Search object conditions. Was against wall. Remember key pressed. You know, I find it all a little confusing. The wiki is just telling us events here. Object conditions. Object condition. Yeah, it doesn't even have that in there. Properties? Behavior time frame. So this is using an expression. Oh, it's not. Okay, there's nothing in there. All right, so I don't know where it's getting. I'm already confused because I don't know where it's getting that from. I mean, I get what it could mean, but where is was in the air coming from? I mean, I guess it's just like, let's say I create a new function, right? Let's just add a new function. Let's try to duplicate it. So do step pre-events, things before the logic runs. If we say do step pre-events, oh, this is post-events. Oh, where's pre? Wait, don't do that one. Let me delete this. This is hard experimentation. Add a new function. Show other life cycle. I'm confused because it doesn't even have that one as an option. We have post events. Oh, I see. Because we already created one, it removes it from the list. Got it. So we don't need to create another do step pre-events function because one already exists. I see. Let me close this just because I don't know, it looked weird. It looked weird. It looks like it was like empty. Why can't, oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know, I couldn't get it open again. All right, so here's this. So if I create a new event, wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. Let's add a new event. And if I search for was in the air, so that's already here because it's built in. But I feel like it's defining this somewhere. So let's say I want to create my own behavior, right? How would I do that? I'm going to come to our test object since it's here. Behaviors, add a behavior. How do you even create your own behavior? You know? Like, I don't even know how to do that. So I'm going to look it up. GDevelop create custom behaviors. So I feel like this is the only way I'm going to be able to understand how to do this. Okay. In GDevelop, you can create your custom behavior, usual built-in behaviors. Behaviors are in extensions. Extensions are composed of, okay. You can see the list of extensions. Okay. Click on the plus button. So we have to create an extension first. So what I'm thinking is that was in the air is endemic to the extension itself, right? So it's built into this whole extension. So if we go to create a new extension, I don't think that's going to be there. The was in the air. So let's say create or search for new extensions. Let's say create a new extension. So now we have a blank extension that we're creating. All right. I'm going to select a behavior or an object to display its functions. All right, so we need to add a new behavior, and we'll call it my behavior. Add a new function, show the other life cycles. Here's do step pre-events right here. So now we're just kind of following, trying to understand what this behavior is, because I can't just go into this behavior and try to edit it unless I understand how they're put together. So I'm just looking at a fresh blank one and seeing how they get put together so I can understand how to reverse engineer it. You're trying really hard to keep it logic. I guess changing velocity of falling isn't a fixing problem if we put it on 0 while in the air. I don't quite understand what you mean. I don't quite understand what you mean. And I want to say, like, I think we can't, I don't think we can do that. Like, maybe we can, but I think, how do I describe this? Like GDevelop isn't giving us a bunch of code and we can just go in there and edit that code. GDevelop is giving us a chunk here, a chunk there, a chunk here, a chunk there. And all those chunks we're taking and we're putting them, you know, together. And then we can come over to this event sheet and try to modify those chunks. But fundamentally, those chunks have inner logic that we don't know about, that we don't understand, that we don't have access to, but we can access it. And that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to go into those chunks and I'm trying to understand how they work. So instead of us trying to modify those chunks from the outside, I want to actually learn how from the inside of those chunks we can modify them so we don't have to try to figure out and guess how we can change, because I don't think we can logically approach it because we don't know the logic, right? We could think, you know, if I throw this up in the air and catch it, there's velocity, there's acceleration, there's gravity, there's speed. All those things are true, but this object in our world isn't what's in the game. What's in the game is this thing with those chunks. And so we have to go in and understand those chunks first. And so that's what I'm doing, is trying to understand those chunks. I was looking at the GDevelop forums, and some of the people were saying to actually use code instead of visual. Well, yeah, and that's something else to think about. Is if, you know, to me, it's interesting to learn these programs, right? I like that GDevelop is trying to innovate a way to make a game work. They're trying to do something other than just have us dealing with a page of code, right? They're offering a different way of building these blocks, right? And so I think that's interesting, and I want to learn that, and I want to use that because I think it's cool, and I think it could be really useful. But it does have its own challenges and things we need to learn. And some people are going to have a better time just typing up a JavaScript, absolutely. But you could do that at that point. I might as well just use a different engine, you know, that just uses JavaScript or GDevelop. But I'm still going to be missing out on all these features that they have. So I want to go in there and I want to learn them as well. So that's what I'm doing here, all right? So yes, we could just write code if we wanted to, but I think that's missing what GDevelop offers, which is this way to create these chunks, these blocks that we can use to build our game. So I want to learn those separately. And so that's what I'm doing. So this is a blank extension, all right? It's a blank extension. And we're going to create behavior functions within that extension. The platformer character extension is what we have on our player character right now. And it has all this stuff in it, all these different functions, and all this different event sheet logic. And I don't understand how this works. So I'm going to a blank one to try to understand how this works. All right, this is me trying to learn. So I've added a function, the doStep pre-events. And my first question about it is, I mean, immediately, right? As soon as I open up the one that they made, I can see that they have property was in the air of object is true. So this to me raises questions, right? What is was in the air? How is this defined? Where is it defined? Is this built into GDevelop or is this built into the extension? So that's why I have a blank one here. And now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add an event, right? And I'm going to try to recreate this exact thing. And what I'm going to try to see is if was in the air appears as an option. And if it doesn't, then I want to figure out how can we define such a thing ourselves. All right? Okay. So object has the jump key pressed or simulated. This may well, now that's another thing too, right? Jump, this is being defined somewhere as well. So I don't know if we'll even be able to get that far, but that's what I want to find out. So we're going to say add a condition object. So it does have an object in it. That's why well-made documentation is key, but heck, let's go into an adventure. Yeah, exactly. I like going on adventures, and I'm going to keep it real. I think the GDevelop documentation is really bad. I think it's not good. Now, we did find from it, right, how to create our own extension, right? Let's see, right here. So it did teach us this, but you can see already, look how different the interface is in the documentation versus ours. So the documentation is already not up to date enough. It's already missing a lot of relevance. So that's not great. But it at least got me started on creating this. So we're following the documentation a little bit. But to me, and so a lot of people, and some people come through here and they say this, you know, you need to learn to read documentation. And I'm like, yeah, I reference documentation. I do. But I enjoy experimenting and going on these adventures. That's what I'm all about. And that's the way it's going to be. I had to do something that took longer than expected. Any solutions? No, not yet. Right now, I'm trying to figure out, yes, how the extension building works. So no, it's not the JavaScript, not that core. The core specifically is extensions. So we have the advanced jump extension here. This is the thing that we added to our character that adds all these cool things, but we don't know how to actually modify those cool things. So I'm trying to make one from scratch and try to understand, try to reverse engineer how it's put together so we can understand how to take it apart and do what we want to do. All right? Okay. So I'm going to add, so we do have an object here. We have like a question mark object, which is very interesting. So there's that. And then if I search up jump, there's actually nothing here. If I hit simulate, nothing there. Gotta get Discord out of here. Get Discord out of here. Okay, so all of that, so already we see that those things aren't there. Why do we use the extension instead of what we got? You mean the old project? That's a good question. So Ash Kettle told us a couple reasons. Two things. Number one, what we had wasn't that good. It had problems, and we had the same problem. We actually were dealing with the same problem. The wall grab wasn't working right, and we were going to have to do this anyway. It just would have been a different way of going about it, but pretty similar. It's pretty much the same problem. Really, it's the same problem. All right. Number two, our other code had a lot more problems, right? This has less issues that we have to solve. Oh, the wall grab was working. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't. I thought it was too, but it wasn't. I thought it was too, but it wasn't. So the thing is it worked a couple weeks ago, but we didn't really test it. Once we started doing the wall jumping broke it. But we didn't test it and realized that it was broken. So yeah, it wasn't. And I think it's the same issue. We need to dig into this stuff and figure this out. All right? It's just the way it is, you know? I think this is great. I think this is fun. I don't see what so to me this isn't bad. To me this is like a blast. I'm ready to do it. You had it to where if player was in range of the wall, right? Yeah. All right. So, I'm going to say so I just want to point out what I want to point out here, which is that there is no simulate jump, right? So this to me, this is extremely interesting, right? So this is our task. Our task right now, and for today, is to compare a blank extension in GDevelop to a pre-made extension and try to understand how the pre-made extension is composed and see if we can get a blank extension to be composed similarly. And in so doing, be able to reverse engineer the pre-made extension. Yeah, it was a raycast. It was a raycast. So here in this pre-made extension, right off the bat, the first thing here is object, which has the same question mark here, same thing, which what I would assume here is the object is what you apply it to, right? So this is an extension. You can apply a behavior to an object. You install an extension on your project. A behavior is something that you define within an extension, and then you can apply that behavior to an object. So this is a question mark because it's saying that if whatever it is that this is applied to is going to be the object, which in our case is going to be the player, right? So that's already there on this pre-made extension. Now we have, has the jump key pressed or simulated, right? Key jump. And we have pressed or simulated. Control pressed or simulated. Okay. Now, if I come to my extension and I try to create this, right? I'm going to say pressed. We have key pressed or simulated. There's control pressed or simulated. And I'm going to say object, and then we need a behavior. A behavior is not attached to this object. Please select an object or add this behavior. Okay. I don't think we need to worry about that. And then we have left, right, up, down, stick. So that's interesting. Jump is not being filled in. Let's hit OK. All right, so we can actually type this out now. Object has the jump key pressed or simulated. So now we have the same thing, right? There's no behavior here. Let's look, see if that's the same on this one. Open up this. So this does have a behavior associated with it. And the jump auto-completes. So I typed in jump, but it didn't auto-complete on mine. You can see this is the autocomplete list. It has left, right, jump, ladder, release ladder, up and down. So therefore, we can conclude that the default extension has some of these already in there. Left, right, up, down, stick. But what it doesn't have are all the other ones, right? So this is interesting and useful. We can define this right now, but it doesn't point to anything. And then we don't have a behavior. So we need to figure out how to get a behavior. It's something we have to do. Now, let's see what the action is. Let's just finish that. Nothing. And then we have trigger once. And then it follows with the rest of this logic. So maybe we can just finish some of this. We'll have a trigger once. That'll be fine. That'll appear. No problem. And then this is supposed to avoid a jump from the floor to do a wall jump because of the allowed time frame. Property was in the air of object is true. Now, I have a feeling we're not going to be able to do this at all. Property was in the air of object is true. Now, I don't think we're going to be able to even find that, but let's see what we can do. If I do property, I mean, it doesn't even come up, right? It's just not even an option. So we can't even get that far. Can we do the action? The action is object remembers the jump key was pressed. So remember key pressed is a thing here. I have a feeling that's not going to be there either. But let's find out. So remember, not a thing. Not actually there. There's Steam stuff, but that's not what we want. So we're already not able to continue. So let's see what we have to do to make it continue. So we're going to need a behavior, platformer character. So let's see where the behavior, platformer character exists on this extension. All right. So on this extension, down here in the bottom left, I see we have advanced jump. This is the behaviors section. I see we have advanced jump, wall jump, dive dash, horizontal dash, and platformer configuration stack. None of those match the name platformer character. So I don't know where that's being defined. And I don't know how to find where that's being defined. So I'm going to poke around a little bit. I'm going to see if I can find it. If I can't, I'll turn to the documentation. But for now, let's go on the adventure and let's see if we can find where platformer character is defined that lets it appear as an option in this first condition here, okay, for the platformer character. So I'm looking at object groups, there's nothing in there. Parameters, there's nothing in there. Configuration, there's nothing in there. And I don't see anything in here. We have this behavior functions list. If I look at this, none of these say platformer character. So it must not be, well, it may be defined there. I have a feeling, so let's try something else. I'm going to close this for now. Let's try something else, because there is one place that I know where this exists. If we open up the base player, where the behavior that we were just editing, that was part of an extension, right? We were just editing the wall jump behavior, which is part of the extension that we were just editing, right? And here we see platformer object as a platformer character behavior right here. And the platformer object is something that's already on the character. Platformer object. Right? So I wonder if this is where it's getting that reference from. So the way I'm going to try this is first I'm going to save what we've started here. So I'm going to hit save. So it's saving our untitled extension. All right, now I got to figure out how to add that extension to something. So let's get a new place to apply it. I'm thinking let's do it to this. Let's have it be this little circle here. I'm also going to, can we just like turn off these? Doesn't look like we can. So I'm going to turn off all of our logic. All right. So these controls, this is old player controls, old player controls, old player behaviors. And I'm going to toggle all of this off. So everything we did today is toggled off. So if I go to play the game, nothing's going to happen. All right. I'm pressing all the buttons. Nothing is happening. It's all turned off. Okay. And let's pretend that this animation is our character. All right. We're going to add everything onto this as if it's our character. So I'm just going to rebuild a lot of stuff here. Let's even change our initialization. All right. I'm going to copy the initialization group. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to add a new initialization group. And this will be testing. All right. And so instead of following base player, let's have it follow whatever this, I don't know what this object name is. We got to give it a good name. It's probably like loading circle or something like that. Protection circle. Let's just rename it to something simpler. I'm going to say spin circle. All right, so I'm going to change the camera to be following the spin circle. Again, just so we can try to rebuild it ourselves and understand how it works. because this is not, I don't enjoy not understanding how something works. Spin circle. So there it pops up. We can reference it. Spin circle. We'll do the same thing here. Spin circle. So now the camera is going to follow that. I gotta understand it. It's because we can't have as much creative fun if we don't know how everything works, you know? It's just like throwing darts at the wall, but not in a fun way. It's like I don't even understand how darts stick to a wall. And then we want to say we don't need to worry about any of this stuff. This isn't really relevant. Change camera zoom. Yeah, we don't need to worry about any of this stuff. Okay, so we should have our focus on our spinning circle, and we do. So now this is like our character is our spinning circle. Okay. So now I'm going to add the platformer object or the platformer thing to the spin circle. Right now, there's no behaviors on the spin circle, none at all. So let's add a behavior, and it's going to be platformer character or platformer object right here. So now that's added. Now suppose I want to add the extension that we just created. I have no idea how to find it. So this is the next problem, is how do I find what I had just created? So I'm going to go back to the document. Now I need to look back at the documentation, right? See, I don't really like the idea of sitting here and reading documentation for no reason. I want to check the documentation, have it put me on a path, run into an issue, and then go back, see what the documentation says, and then continue exploring. So that's what I'm going to do. Now I've hit an issue. Let's go back to the documentation. How do I actually add a behavior that I created in an extension to an object? Okay, so this isn't the right place. Here we go. Create a new behavior. So the first thing we have to do is add an extension. We've already created a new extension. Still, you didn't figure out see community plugins on and off. Yeah, you know, I did turn it on. I didn't notice anything new being added. Things may have been added though. So I'm not really sure what to think about that, to be honest. But if I hit add a behavior, click these three dots here, it says hide community behaviors. And actually you can see the little scroll bar. If I hit show, it does get smaller. So I think we do have that stuff appearing correctly, which is good. But that wasn't enough, because I guess that's not a community behavior, right? It's something else. So we got to figure out how we can have our own private behavior that isn't necessarily a community behavior or an officially reviewed one. Let me close this. We don't need this. So we created a new extension, and we can right-click on it to rename it. It's a good idea to have functions and behaviors related to the same thing in a single extension. That makes sense. Let's rename it. We haven't renamed it yet, our untitled one. I'm going to call it, let's call it our adventure extension. All right. Advention? No, I don't know about that. So open up this. Here's our untitled extension right here. I'm going to rename it. Let's call it Adventure Extension. All right, so we've got our own name to it. Maybe a wrong place to look at. Yeah, somewhere local, but yeah, keep looking at docs. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Interesting, we have this add a new extension. I don't really know what that does. Click on the extension in the list to open its editor. By default, there are no functions. Add one and by clicking on add a new behavior on the left. Okay, so we started in the wrong place. According to the documentation, we started in the wrong place. The documentation is asking us to start with adding a new behavior. I started with adding a new function. So let's add a new behavior. Let's start with that. So here's our adventure extension. Oh no, I did! Just kidding. I don't need no documentation. Just kidding. But we did add a behavior because we couldn't actually add a new function earlier until I added a behavior. So yes, so we did add a new behavior, and it's called my behavior. So I do have my behavior right here, and it contains our function where we're trying to emulate what the other extension does. Okay, you should rename it, give it a name according to what you want to do. We don't really, I mean, we could make it exactly the same, right? So this other extension, I'm gonna have that open so we can reference it since it's what we're studying and we want to replicate. So we can make it do something it wasn't designed to do. Wall jump is what they call theirs. I'm gonna call mine wall. Let's rename it to wall adventure. It's our wall adventure. Okay, that's what this one is called. Rename it according to what you want it to do. If your behavior is automatically dragging damage, I get you. You should edit the configuration of the behavior by doing a right click on it and choosing properties. Okay, let's try this. You can enter the description, the name displayed in the editor, and specify if it should be restricted to some kinds of objects. So I'll right click on this, hit properties. Now we have some more options. Name displayed in editor. So this is often where we see a different name in GDevelop from these names. I find that really annoying, so I'm just going to call it the same thing, wall adventure. Description, learning how, learning wall jump, slide, and grab. Let's just say that. Object on which this object can be used. Let's hit apply, and I'm curious what, this is the one that is already on there. I'm curious what they put in there. Any object. So they're on any object is what theirs is. Going further, their behavior properties have some stuff. Oh, platformer character. Hey, there it is. There's the platformer character. Yeah, you see where I'm going. Yeah, look, there it is. That's platformer character. So that's where that's being defined and referred to earlier. This is quite a long list. It's quite a long list. It would seem like this is where it's defining perhaps some of the things that we can edit in that behavior screen. Very interesting. Okay, and the documentation doesn't take us there yet, but that's actually kind of what I wanted to know, in part. Behaviors can also embed properties, which are numbers, strings, or booleans that are stored inside the behavior. Check out the section below about how to add and use properties. Isn't there a description in behavior prop, that long list for was in the air? Was there? Was there? Let's see. I didn't notice. I believe you. Probably. Let's see. Wall jump, jump. Wall jump acceleration, side speed, sustain time, wall sliding gravity, wall sliding max falling speed. You think you saw. Yeah. Wall sliding fall speed minimum, automatic sliding, previous X is against wall. Was left or right pressed, is wall jumping, is jumping left, was in the air. There it is. Nice. So this one is hidden. Oh, so these are hidden. So that's why we don't see this in the editor. So that's interesting, right? Because maybe we can expose these properties in what we have added to our character. And we could, in theory, modify them. That's pretty cool. So this is where a lot of that is being defined, is in the behavior properties. And it's not only things that you can modify as a, whatever, a user of the extension, but also as the creator, you can refer to these different properties. And they look like, it's a Boolean checkbox. It's like a variable in here. And it's false by default. No short label. Yeah, there is no that is true. That is true. That would be nice if there was more info. But I feel like it's also kind of self-explanatory, right? was in the air, false, not checked. This is really, really interesting. This is super helpful. So just out of curiosity, just to break away from the monotony of the documentation for a second. So here we have the behavior is not attached to this object. Please select another object or add this behavior. Okay. So if we open up the properties here, I still feel like we need to figure out how to add this to an object. But if we come over here to the behavior properties, and let me just double check something. If I come back to the pre-made one, and I open up the properties. Wait, not the properties. Let me go to the do-step pre-events, the first thing. Let me open up this. Platformer character is the behavior. Yeah. Okay, and then that's what's defined here. So I wonder... Platformer character. I wonder if we can... I have a feeling we can't, but I could be wrong. But I wonder if we can reference that here by setting this up. So I'm going to say platformer... Or we'll say adventure character, just for the sake of it being a little different, so it's less confusing. Adventure character. Okay, now I haven't done anything. If we want to mimic it, right, we might want to look at exactly how it's set up over here. And this one has required behavior. So that must mean that if you're going to install this on your object, it's required that this be defined somehow. Behavior type, platformer character. Whoa. Whoa. We got all kinds of stuff here. Animatable capability, effect capability, physics engine, tween. These look like behaviors that you can add. It's interesting because like when we go into like adding actions and conditions and stuff, these are kind of where those things end up grouped most of the time, is in here. So that's very interesting. Wall adventure is yours, right? Yeah, I get. Yeah, I guess. Right. Maybe. Yeah, I wonder. Is that going to appear in there? So let's pop up properties. Let's look at the behaviors. So we want to say adventure character is a required behavior. And then this changes how this looks. Behavior type. So like immediate. Oh, there it is. Wall adventure. There it is. Nice. That's dope. That's dope. Yeah, it's in there. Even was it, but it wouldn't be over here, but since it's a different one, right? Surely it wouldn't be in here, right? It was? Oh, shoot. Nice. Good catch. Oh, shoot. Thank you for going on this adventure with me. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. So it goes across extensions. That's pretty neat. Okay, GDevelop. All right. Interesting. That's very interesting. All right, so there's that. That's that. That's good. And then this is just stuff that we can do. All right, does it have a group or anything like that? I missed that if it did. No group name, platformer character, behavior is this short label for it, and then description. Cool. And then we want visible in editor, which I feel like since it's required that you like have to have it visible. Short name, adventure character, behavior. Okay, great. Done. So now if we come back to this, can we refer to it here? The behavior is not attached to this object. Please select another object add this behavior. So I think we still can't do this. We still can't do this. And I think that's because we still need to be able to add it. But I wonder if now it's available. Behaviors as platformer object, add a behavior. I have no idea. Hey! It's the one we made. I love it. All right, cool. And then what if I turn off community behaviors? It stays there. So that's interesting, right? I just added something I didn't mean to. That's interesting. So it's not a community behavior, and it's not an official reviewed behavior. It's like in the separate category of, in my instance of GDevelop, this exists as an option. So even if I show the community ones, this one doesn't like suddenly appear. Awesome. Let's add it. Let's go. All right, we've got our adventure character behavior. So now it all kind of makes a little more sense, right? Like, it's like, okay, now because before I didn't understand what this label meant. I was just like, okay, I guess this is that. But now I know how it's created. So now I can actually reverse engineer and make changes without being as confused. I still have a lot more that I want to learn, but this is already illuminating so much about GDevelop for me. And I hope for you too. All right, so now that that's added, if we come to our extension and we open this up, it says the behavior is not attached to an object. So that's still not appearing. I wonder if we close this and reopen it, will it be there? I kind of thought that might make it appear. But I'm not sure. So let's edit. Oh, because we were also... Oh, cool. Wow. Oh, shoot. So now we can edit it from being applied on here. So if I edit this behavior and then open this, oh, it's still not there. Okay. I wonder if we need to re-add this. We want to say pressed or simulate a key, right? Control pressed or simulated. This is the object. The behavior is not attached to this object. Please select another object or add this behavior. So we need to somehow get an object that we can... I'm confused. I'm a little confused about why this isn't working. Cannot you choose from that left list when you have that window open with the red lighted behavior? What do you mean? I can't click on this if that's what you mean. I don't know if that's what you mean. But like this, I'm clicking all day. Click, 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 click. But I don't know if that may not be what you mean. But certainly that doesn't let me do anything. The previous window? You mean which one? Which previous window? This one? Here? You now choose from that left list when you have the window open with a red lighted behavior. There is this list, and it has wall adventure on here. A platformer object. I wonder if we need to point to this somehow. The one which showed that you cannot edit the behavior. Let me edit this. You mean on the properties? So here we got the properties. The first one showed with that behavior and the jump key. Oh, you mean the event sheet in this behavior function right here? Oh, and you're saying if we click on this? Oh, yeah. So the only object in here seems to be the question mark object, which is the same one that is referenced in the pre-made. So it's the same thing. It's this question mark object. In either one, it's the question mark object. Not that exactly. All right. Expand it to full window. I don't know what that means. Full window. Then you had that list of objects on the left. Expand to full window, and we had a list of objects on the left. What do you mean? This one? Oh, you mean in here? And then I have to ask, well, what object? So would it be like the adventure thing? Or if I add a new condition? Certainly nothing we can reference there, unfortunately. and click on object, there's stuff here, but it doesn't seem relevant necessarily to what we're doing. So I feel like the documentation is the only way to make sense of this. So I'm going to keep reading the documentation. Add functions. So that's what we're doing right now. We're modifying a function. By default, it does nothing. Life cycle methods will be called by the game engine automatically at key moments. Custom functions are available. We have an onStep pre-event is what we're editing. This is an example of some events inside onStep pre-events in the case of behavior that automatically deletes objects that are too damaged. Custom action, condition, or expression. If you choose a custom function for your behavior, you can configure your function like a traditional function by choosing it if it's an action, condition, or expression, entering a name, description. Okay. So this is a little off. That's a behavior, so I guess the object might differ from a normal using of the object. More of the logic? No clue. Good luck going to take a fresh air. All right, get that fresh air. Good luck. Good luck with the fresh air. I'll have my luck with solving this. We'll get there. I hear you, though. So use the behavior on an object. Add the behavior to it. Once your behavior is created, you can start attaching it to objects. The best part about this is that your event-based behavior will be listed like any other built-in behavior that is bundled with GDevelop. So we discovered this already. Here you can see the destructible object behavior that was created in the previous screenshots. So we found ours as well. The custom behavior, what I mean, logic, math, speed, etc., not maybe a player character itself. Okay. Well, I guess the object's different from normal. Using of the object, more of as behavior. So I guess the objects might differ from a normal using of the object. So I guess the objects might differ from a normal using. Yes? Yes? Okay. So we've added it. You can run the game and see the events in doStep pre-events function will be executed. In the example of destructible behavior that was created, if the damage variable is set to a number greater than 100, the object will be destroyed automatically. So this is cool, but we're kind of past. We're kind of not doing that right now. Use actions, conditions, expressions. Like any other built-in behavior, you can also use actions, conditions, or expressions if you have declared functions as such in the behavior. For example, in the destructible behavior, we created an action to cause some damage to the object. We can find it and use it in the event sheet. Okay. Damage a bit the object. So they created a function. So I kind of want to see if we can do this ourselves too. That's why you don't have your objects in there, because it would be from the core, Boolean speed, etc. Oh. I think I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. That's actually probably the same if that's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's they're doing something else too. So what the documentation is having us do. This documentation is actually pretty good. It's actually not that bad. I've often been frustrated with the documentation, but I think this is a really good page, actually. So the behavior is destructible, and they're saying that destructible, because they made an action function type. We're making a different function type. So I think that's why it may not be appearing in part. All right, let's try to create, let's go to the pre-made. We're kind of going off of what the tutorial is teaching us a little bit. So there's some different behaviors in here, or in the wall jump. If we open up the properties here, we do have the platformer character, of course. Besides that, there's the platformer configuration stack. Jump time frame, that's a number. I kind of want it to match. So they have an action here. This is different. This is something very different, I feel like. This isn't the properties. I'm a little confused of what they've got here. Custom action, conditioner, expression. That's a little different. Okay. And then that's what creates something. So we could follow this. They're doing the same thing, creating a pre-event. Oh, it's on the right. So ours is at a different place. That was confusing me. Theirs is on the right. Looks like a Linux app, not a browser. Oh, this? Yeah, it is older. Yeah, it's a different, it is, it's different. And I also rearranged it a little bit. So that's also adding to the confusion, I think. So there's do step pre-events right there, which on ours, it is an older version. There's do step pre-events. So here's our do step pre-events. So just imagine, because for some reason mine is really large. And so if I put this over here, it's just like cuts off so much and I hate it. So this is over here. Do step pre-events. Okay. And so then they've got that here and add a new function. Here's our add a new function. Okay. So if you choose to create a custom function, you can configure your function like a traditional function. Right. So they're, oh, I see. They're making another one. I see. They made another one. Gotcha. And then they're making it the action type. I see. Okay, I understand now. So we want to add a new function and make it an action type, right? If we want to keep up with this tutorial. And you can see it looks a little different, right? It's missing some things in here. Like it doesn't have the same icons and stuff. It's just like a little different, but ultimately it is the same. Okay. And then if we look over here on the one we're referencing, let's look for an action that's in there so we can try to replicate it. Remember is against wall. I guess we should do... We could do is wall jumping. No, that's a different one. That's the question mark. What's the question mark? The question mark is a condition. We want an action. Remember is against wall. We could try this one. So this is pretty simple. It's just one line. It's pretty easy. Remember is against wall. Let's try remaking that one. So I'm going to call this one, let's rename it. Remember is against wall, right? That's what it's called. Yes. It's function type action. Remember is against wall is the name. Group name private. Remember the characters against a wall. Sentence in event sheet. Parameter 0 remembers having been against a wall. That's interesting. Parameter 0. So this must be code. So if you want to type it up in the event sheet, this is going to be a parameter that you can modify or something. So that's interesting. All right, so let's do that. I'm doing the logic for my store. I just finished the first blueprint, so now I can copy it and change numbers later. Nice! Congrats! Storm Run, if you don't know, is someone who comes through here a lot and tells us that they are working on a Pokemon Coliseum remake. There's actually a video in the Discord of their progress. It's super amazing. And congrats on getting some store stuff put together. That's exciting. It's gonna be so good. It's already looking so good. So I'm gonna copy this much, this parameter, right? Oh, look, it even says, note, write underscore param x underscore for parameters. Nice. And then it's a little weird that it says 4 or 5 seconds, but okay. So we'll do parameter 0, remembers having been against a wall. Group name, on the other, it's private, so let's just do that. Full name displayed in editor. Over here it says remember is against wall, so let's do that same thing. Remember is against wall. Description, I'll just skip that for now. All right, so that's now configured similarly. If we look at parameters, parameter 0. So this, oh, okay, so that's that parameter that we just referenced here, I would guess. Although it doesn't look, it looks like we don't need to change it. I see, so that's where the parameter x, what it is referring to, is whatever's over here. And by default, it's just any object for 0. Here it has parameter 1 behavior type wall jump. This is very similar. parameter 1, behavior wall adventure, which is just our version of it, same thing. So we don't need to change anything there. Object groups, nothing there, nothing here. Okay, cool. Let's get the event sheet logic in there. So on this one, it's got no particular condition, and it start or resets a timer of the object. So this is already defined somewhere else, is this. So you can see there's a lot of interconnectivity and dependencies going on. So it's starting or reset an object timer, and the timer name is somewhere else, unless it's not. Oh, okay. So it might be creating it as well. So let's see if we can do that. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know it would create it. That's awesome. I do see there is, yeah, well, there is a was against wall, but there's not like an is against wall. Okay, cool. Oh, there is an is against wall right here. And this is a condition, as opposed to this being an action. All right, still a little confused, but let's just do it anyway. It's tough because we can't test it, right? The documentation is giving us an example that we can test more. So I wonder if we don't want to set up something that we can test a little more clearly, which means we just have to get a little creative with what it does. So this says remember is against wall. I wonder if we could, well, we could do that. We could start a timer and stuff, but what we could also do is we could set a debug thing, right? We could say, maybe let's add an object into the scene. Let's add a sprite, and this will just be our debug object. An animation. I don't know how, I mean, we'll somehow have to be able to reference this. I don't know, I don't really know how references will work for that event sheet. So I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna go, right? Because if I want to say, make that visible or not visible or something, right? Like, I don't know, I don't think it's gonna be able to see that because it's not contained within this, right? So I actually have no idea how to do that. I kind of think we should follow this documentation more closely. I think this documentation has some good examples for us. And we should maybe just follow it step by step. Because it seems like a pretty good tutorial, honestly. Click on it, add a behavior. Your previous automatically tracking. So this is for destructible. What you trying to do now? Same thing. I'm just trying to learn how these extensions work, how they come together. I'm trying to pull them apart, put them back together again. And I'm learning a lot. I don't know. I mean, at some point, I should just, you know, because we're not going to be able to figure everything out, right? Or follow this entire tutorial today. So part of me is debating, you know, how far we go into it. It just would be nice to test things too. And this is giving us a way we can actually try things out and see how they turn out. So we add the behavior, the custom behavior. You sent a pic of this giant blueprint you just got done with on Discord, general for later. Nice. I can't wait to see that. You can run the game and see the events in do-step, right? We've added the destructible behavior to object platform. So they must have created that here. All right. Change the variable damage of object. If you choose to create a custom function, you can then configure your function like a traditional function by choosing if it's an action, condition, or expression, entering a name. This creates a new action that can be used to add damage. I'm still a little confused. Change the variable damage. So does it have a variable? Change the variable. So if we say, let me just do variable. Change a Boolean variable for the object. So we don't, so here's the thing, we can't actually open this up. Usually we could open this up and set variables, but here it looks like we might be creating the variable. I'm just gonna say visible or debug visibility. And we want to say that an action would make it true. So we actually just created this variable here, which is kind of interesting. And we could say if a key is pressed, let's say space key. If space key is pressed, set the Boolean value of variable debug visibility of object to true. Interesting. That's really interesting. So if I save this and I come back to the scene and we look at this, will there be a variable there? Okay, there's not a variable there. So let's add that. Okay, so let's add that variable. I'll say debug visibility. And that'll be a Boolean. And it's false. Will this like appear here? I don't know. I have my doubts. So it's not appearing here. And so then in theory, I could come, I don't know if, I have a feeling this isn't gonna work. But I'm curious. And so I'm gonna see. Let's add a new event. And this is gonna be for testing stuff, or I'm gonna make an event group. So that way it's just a little more organized. I'm gonna call it testing. If I can type it in the right place. And let's put it up here. And I'm going to say if that variable, let's add a sub-event. If object variable is true, so Boolean variable on the spin circle object, the variable debug visibility, if it's true, set the debug object opacity to be 255. Which means we want to make sure that at the start, the debug object visibility is set to 0. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work, but I want to see it not work. I'm pretty sure it's not going to work. Okay, we can jump. We can jump. But no, there is not the debug object becoming visible, which makes sense. So that's not getting set yet. Space key is pressed. Set the Boolean, not doing anything. I mean, we're saying remember is against wall, but debug object visible is what we're really doing here to try to set this up. So I'm not sure exactly how to make this work yet, but that's at least the goal. Debug visibility. Okay. And we have parameter 0 remembers having been against wall. So parameter 0 becomes visible. And then in the parameters, it can be any object. Okay. So I wonder if I come back to the spin circle, open up behaviors. So there's nothing here to really choose from. If I come back to the event sheet and we try to add a new action. Hey, look what we got. Debug object visible. Nice. Cool. Okay. This is nice. And then I would expect, yes, and it's got a parameter where we can set the debug object. Okay, the behavior is not attached to the object. Okay. Oh, wow. So now what we have to do is we have to put that wall adventure object on here if we want it to work. Wow. So none of this, so let's get rid of all this. This is not helpful to us right now. I'm going to actually delete this. I'm going to add a new sub-event, and this is going to be space key is pressed. I mean, really, we shouldn't even need to do that. I'm not even going to do that right now. Let's come to the spin circle, or not the spin circle, the debug object. I mean, a part of me wants to have this on the spin circle, right? Because we're kind of putting it on a different object at this point, which is kind of weird. But whatever. Wall adventure, there, the debug object has the wall adventure now. And so if we come in here, I mean, it's like, what's the condition going to be? I don't know. But we could say debug visibility. Now that's here. Debug object, behavior wall adventure. Debug object becomes visible. This is an action. I mean, we could say, I'm going to say F key is pressed. I know it doesn't really make sense, but bear with me. I'm going to say the F key is pressed. This says debug object becomes visible, but we defined this, and I'm pretty sure this is just wrong. All right, so if I press F, it doesn't become visible. Yeah, so nothing is happening. I'm pressing stuff. Nothing is happening. That makes sense. So we've created an action, debug visibility. If space key is pressed, set the Boolean value of the object to true. Well, we don't really want that. Let me see how they set this up in their example. They don't have any condition, so they have no condition whatsoever. They're just saying, since this is an action, right, we're going to define the condition elsewhere. So I'm going to delete the condition, okay? And I'm going to say F key is pressed, debug object becomes visible. Will that do something? Okay, that did not do anything. I'm pressing F, nothing is happening. Okay. Why not? I actually don't know why not. Let me go back to the tutorial. See if we can figure it out. So they also have this on the pre-events. Damage of object is greater than 100. The variable damage of object is greater than 100. I think where we might have an issue is where the variable is getting set up. I feel like the variable thing is a problem. Right? So how are they setting it up? This is an example of some events inside on pre-step events. In the case of the behavior, automatically deletes the object that are 2 damage. So we have the variable damage is greater than 100. So let's try that. Let's try setting that in our pre-step events. So we have all this stuff. I'm going to get this out of here for now. I'm not going to do any of this right now. I'm going to say, sort of like it has here. It has, the condition is that the variable damage is greater than 100. Now they're not telling us how to set that variable. So I'm going to say, I guess we'll say variable Boolean variable of the object. Now again, we can't actually click on this and open up a list of variables. So I would think we have to define it here. Debug visibility is what we're calling it. And we want it to be false to start with. And if it's 100, oh, maybe this is where we want to put it. I'm a little confused. I'm just a little confused. Boolean value is false. If that's the case, then we want the object. So we're kind of doing something different. We're not doing the wall adventure stuff anymore. Kind of, but not really. We're just kind of debugging it a little bit. So we want to say that the object opacity is going to be 0, right? If it'll let me. Add an action, opacity. There we go. Opacity of the object is going to be 0. The behavior is not attached to this object. Please select another object or add this behavior. Don't quite understand that, why that would be the case. What do you mean it's not attached to the object? I mean, here it is attached to the object, but there isn't? The behavior is not attached to this object. I mean, do I need to say... A little confused. Still same problem with that behaviors? Kind of. I mean, maybe incidentally, I'm sort of following the tutorial a little more here. And I'm trying to create an event that happens using these extensions. I saw it was kind of made with different behaviors. Yeah, it's a little different now. So instead of the spin circle, I'm focusing on this debug object. And this debug object has our wall adventure on it. And if I edit this behavior, I want to say the do step pre-event. There's a variable debug visibility on the object that is set to false. Now, this variable isn't actually on there, and we can't open up this normally active thing, but the tutorial doesn't say anything about that. They just have us set this, so I'm setting it. Debug, but creating our own variable, object is false. That's the condition at the start. And I want to say that at the start, that condition makes the opacity of the object invisible. So we have the object here, set it to 0. Now, a behavior isn't appearing. Now, I don't know if it needs to. I don't actually know if it needs to. I mean, if I look at what we're basing our examples on, you know, I don't know that there's a good... I feel like this isn't a great thing to look towards. What would be nicer is if I could see what theirs is doing. They're just doing delete object, which is a little simpler. I mean, if I were to try... Let me try that. Let me try that. How about that? Let's see what we got. Delete the object. So here it doesn't give us any kind of error, right? Because this isn't dependent on it being attached or something for some reason. I guess we could also try visibility. There is like a visibility thing. So maybe we could say hide. If that doesn't give me a problem, then let's just do that. Honestly, let's just do that. I mean, I would like to do the opacity thing, but if this works, let's do this. Is this just for debugging? Yeah, I'm just trying to learn. I'm totally separate from the game stuff. At this point, I'm just learning. Check if there's the same thing if you open the same window with it, if it has the same behavior. Check if there's the same thing if you open the same window with it, it has the same behavior. Yeah, so I couldn't find something that was the same thing, and like, I don't want to bother to kind of go look for something. Yeah, still learning the extension new behavior. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so we're hiding the object if the visibility is false. And then we also want to say set the Boolean value of visibility, debug visibility, of object to true. Okay? That's what this would do. And this has no condition, because this is a condition that we want to be able to set elsewhere, right? I know. It's hard to explain stuff. I know. I just have to keep moving, though, you know? But what we did find out was that I could reference that. So if I open up the event sheet over here, I'm actually able to reference the thing that we created here. So this debug object visible, I created this action in the wall adventure behavior, right? So that's right there, which is super cool. So we can now create actions of our own. I'm still trying to figure out how to piece that together. So hopefully this makes sense. So what I'm trying to learn is how we can use this editor on our own. It's almost like you're doing new macros in Unreal Engine or new functions. So I guess it should work, right? Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea. I think so. Imagine a team viewer session with chat. Too much. I mean, then it wouldn't be a live stream show anymore. It would be like a round table, you know? It would just be a totally different type of thing. Co-op engine? Oh, man. Maybe. different kind of show at that point. That'd be interesting. A very different kind of show, though. Totally different episode. Different everything. Imagine the chaos. Yes, it would be chaos. Definitely something like that could be interesting, but at 0, the stream should be reconnected. I apologize for that. My internet ISP is doing maintenance and sometimes it drops, but we're back. Thank you for your patience. It sounds cool. Would you be happy to participate and make a show with UEFM? Yeah, absolutely. That's something I'm thinking about. Here's the problem is scheduling, y'all. That's the big thing. Is like I only have so much time in my life, right? And I've already got the Unreal streams on Mondays. We do the Fun Engine on Tuesdays. On Wednesdays we do this. On Thursdays we do Godot, and on Fridays the Game Jam. So that's all the days of the week. And then I'm now doing member streams once in a while as well. So it's like it's really just a matter of figuring out when to do it. Is kind of the big issue. All right, let me get back to this. Yeah, let me see what you... Yeah, and the Discord is a great place. We can, like, discuss more of this stuff, not during the live stream, in Discord. Like, I'm pretty active on Discord. So if you guys want to plan stuff out, talk about ideas about streams, I would love that in the Discord. I could even make a special, you know, category or channel for discussing show stuff, because I'm very interested in that, for sure. Okay, so now we've created our own thing. Debug becomes visible, but I'm not sure how to make this matter, right? So we've chosen the object, and we're setting it to, excuse me, we're setting it to debug object. And in the scene, the debug object does have that behavior on it. Now it doesn't have the variable for debug visibility. So now I would like to see a way for this to be added automatically. Right? Like, if I'm creating an extension for a player, I think it would be nice if these would appear automatically somehow. So there must be some way, but I don't know how to do it. But let's say debug visibility for right now. This is a Boolean. We want to say false. So if this is false and the visibility should be off by default, we shouldn't need to say change the opacity to 0. If we hit preview, oh, look! The character's gone. The spin circle is gone. If I press the F key, it doesn't appear. Okay, so we got a good something going here. Because it is hiding at first. It's hiding at first. That's a very good sign. It's an extremely good sign that it's hiding at first. Because that means that on our extension here, this Boolean value variable, debug visibility of object is false, hide object, this is working. So we've now got a step pre-event with a condition and an action working. And we used the project event sheet to apply. We didn't even use, actually, this isn't really doing anything yet. What we did was we came to the scene and we added this to the object. So if I come in here and I remove the wall adventure behavior from this, I should name it something else, honestly, rather than wall adventure. If I remove that from it and we preview, we should see a red box on the screen, but no spin circle. Yes. So we have the spin circle is there. It's what jumps. It's invisible because it's hidden. But the red block is there. So we've at least made a behavior, or I've made a behavior, that allows us to make the object be invisible. It's something. There's something. All right, so then it goes away. All right, so now... That's the thing you were struggling earlier with that 36. Good job that you managed that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is progress. No, it's like, it's not just like a mystery what these behaviors do and how they work. You know, we're getting there little by little. And I feel like this is what these streams are going to be like for a couple weeks. Because I'm not enjoying trying to make the game without understanding how all these things work. But this is very enjoyable. I love this. So now that we have this being hidden, now how do we make it become visible is the next thing I want to try to do. So we do have this action added in here. Oh yeah, these are all engines I want to check out. I don't know Armory. I've heard of Stride. Stride looks really cool. Defold is one I was looking into. That's a Lua one. I was looking into that one for a while, but I ended up not wanting to learn Lua since I was going to learn GDscript. I want to kind of do one at a time, although I'd be willing to learn another one. But yeah, we should talk about it in the Discord. I'll make a channel in the Discord, and you might have to remind me. But I'll make a channel in the Discord where we can talk about these things, and I'll shout you guys out and be like, hey, this is that channel. Because this is definitely something I really want to talk about with you guys, especially since y'all are members. Okay, so we got the debug visibility action here, and supposedly it will set the Boolean variable of the variable debug visibility of the object to true. Make sure I spelled this right. Debug visibility. Okay, it looks right. Of the object to true. Now, there's no condition here because that we want to be a parameter, right? The parameter, well, the condition, this should be there. I mean, we should be able to define this in the event sheet, right? We should be able to define this in the event sheet. What does this help page take us to, I wonder? It's probably not that helpful. Okay, custom behaviors. Oh, it's just the same thing. Okay, this is the one we're already looking at. Okay, that's not helpful. Okay. I'm surprised it doesn't work. If we come, let me save it. If we come back to the event sheet, I've got F key is pressed. And then it runs debug object becomes visible. Debug object becomes visible is this right here. So there's the parameter, becomes visible. Set the Boolean. Oh, I see why it, do you guys see why it doesn't work? I see why it doesn't work. Because I didn't set up what being true means. It being true doesn't mean anything right now. So we need to make that mean something. I wonder if that would be do step post events. Events that will be run on every frame for every object that has behavior attached after the events and the event. I think this is what we want. Okay, so I'm going to create a do step post events at an event, and we want to say a condition. And the condition is the object Boolean variable is true. We want the variable to be debug visibility true. We want to say, is it true? And if it is true, then set the object visibility to show. Okay, there we go. That's what's going to make it work. In theory. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, so I'm going to save that. Let's preview it. Let's see if pressing the F key makes it do the thing. Yes! Okay, cool. See, this is interesting because, you know, I feel like GDevelop kind of, the way I was sort of introduced to GDevelop was like this. Was, you can use the event sheet to program your game. Nice, cool. I'm doing that, right? But then it's like, oh, but we also have extensions and behaviors that you can add to save you the trouble of programming those in the event sheet yourself. And I'm like, oh, cool, let me add those on there, right? And then when those behaviors and extensions don't do what I want them to do, it's like I'll go to the event sheet and I'll try programming something to make it do what I want, but it doesn't do what I want. And it's like, you know, the wall grab, the wall jumping, all the jumping stuff, you know, it's just we're trying to like throw rocks at it to get it to do something. And so what GDevelop says then, or not then, but also, so GDevelop says you can program your own things in the event sheet. You can use behaviors and extensions. You can create your own extensions if you want to. Well, I think you should have to create your own extensions. I feel like it should start with understand how to create extensions. So that way, when you use our extensions, you know how to modify them, right? I wish I had started GDevelop that way, is what I'm saying. I wish I had started it where I was reverse engineering or creating my own extensions from the beginning. So that way I can take those things that they've made and make them myself. Honestly, I'd rather just make it all myself, if I'm being honest with you. But, yeah, I think that's been kind of what we've been doing for the last couple weeks, is trying to force these extensions to do things that they aren't supposed to do. And, you know, instead of just making the extensions do what we want them to do. And so that's what I'm doing. My mind, before you said modified, went to monetize. You need to monetize your extensions. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know if you can. I hope you can't. No escape. Never gonna escape the programming part. I don't want to. I love the programming part. I love it. And I love innovative new ways of getting to program things, you know? And that's why I like GDevelop, and that's why I want to learn these extensions, because we can learn these different ways of programming that aren't just typing out in this case would be just JavaScript. We have this, and this makes sense. This is really interesting. And so now we can think about more of some inheritance. You know, we're starting to apply things. It's like we're attaching scripts to objects, you know, and we can interface with those scripts. It's just more layers of interaction. And in theory, if we design this correctly, we could make pieces of logic that we could stick onto other objects. So if I make we can make our own like entity system, right? So if I make a damage extension for myself, I could put that on the player. I could put that on an enemy. I could put that on a tree. I could put it on a wall, you know, and it could apply to all of those things. So I could build my game in that way. So for the wall jump stuff, I'm probably only gonna need that for the player, but it's still very interesting and useful to check out. Pierogigon says, don't forget to leave a like. Don't forget to leave a like. Don't forget to leave a like. That's true. It is very helpful if you hit that like button. That means more people will see this live stream and be recommended the live stream after I go live. That's very true. Very true. Pierogigon is here. You may not see the membership badge underneath the name, but Pierogigon is a member and therefore gets a song. Welcome, Pierogigon. Welcome, Pierogigon. Yeah. Welcome, Pierogigon. Good to see you. Yes, we are doing the singing. We have brought the singing back for members. Just got home. I was on the bus for a long time, but also got to help a new driver who inevitably would have been really upset without me. Hell yeah, fist bump! Way to go! That's nice, you're helping people. I don't know why my voice squeaked twice. Once was enough. You can make a profile pic that says member. It's true. So I'll take it. No, that's nice, Rogi. Honestly, I feel pretty satisfied with what we've done today. I mean, it's like, I can't show you the game working better, you know? Like, I mean, I tell you what I can show you. Let's turn off the testing initialization. Let me debug or disable this or turn off this. Let me enable this and this. So here's how this started. I'm gonna wrap up the stream for today. All right? But not yet. Let me tell you about what we did today and what we're gonna do in the future. All right? And how you can help determine what we do on this channel as well. That's a lot. That's a lot. Wow, you got a lot of promises there, Lise. So, wow, there's a lot of different aspects to what we did today. But I want to try to tell you them all. I am not going to do the lightning round. I'm not ready for lightning rounds, guys. Lightning rounds are really stressful. One day I'll do them again, some days. My professor called my literature review beautiful, which made me happy. Yes! Nice, Rogi. Rogi, you've had a good day. Okay, you've had a good day. You've had a good day. That's what that is. That's a good day. Alright, so I'm gonna close this stuff. This is how we started today, alright? We started today with our spaghetti code of a Celeste-like game, where we had wall jumping. This is what we set up last week. Very angular wall jumping, but we figured out a way to do it. We got it kind of set up. It's not ideal, but we kind of got it set up. And what I wanted was to perfect this today. I wanted to get it so it felt good, so it did what we want. I noticed that our grab was broken, and it wasn't really grabbing, we're sliding. So we had a few problems here that we're gonna need to fix. Okay, well, Ash Kettle comes in, and Ash Kettle is all like, hey, just so you know, there's this cool extension in GDevelop that adds platformer controls that do Celeste stuff. It wasn't all of the Celeste stuff. So on this one, this is with that extension, right? That one that Ash Kettle told us about. We can bounce off walls. It's much smoother. Look how smooth. Oh, it's nice. It's got wall slide built in. It even has some dashes. It's not an omnidirectional dash, which is what Celeste has, but I'll take it. So here's the dash. Pew, pew. So that's kind of cool. So we had kind of a nice, some extra things. All right, well, we needed a wall grab because it still didn't have a wall grab. So we explored how to do that. Well, the best we could do was the same problem as the other spaghetti code. It was the same thing. It just slides down instead of holding. Well, it became a little clear to me that these extensions, these behaviors that we add in here, right? We need to understand how they work. Right? Like, we have all these special things that we added on. Advanced jump, that has like the sustain, the extra gravity stuff, platform configuration stack, ledge grabbing, wall jumping, wall sliding, coyote time. All that stuff are these extensions. These are part of an extension with behaviors on it, right? And what we kept trying to do was modify those behaviors from the game event sheet, which was just not ever gonna really do what we want, because guess what? These little pieces have within them a bunch of other event sheets and code, right? So there's all this other code inside of there that is just doing its own thing. So if we're trying to like modify that from outside of it, we're never gonna get anywhere. So what I ended up doing was trying to make my own extension with my own behaviors in it, following a GDevelop tutorial. So that way I could understand how this works, right? I tried like reverse engineering it, and that was really interesting, and I learned a couple things, but making one from scratch really is teaching me what I need to know. So I have this debug object, all right? It's just a red square, and it has a behavior on it. It's called Wall Adventure. It's a terrible name for it. Let's rename it. Let's call it, instead of Wall Adventure, I'm gonna call it something much better than that. Let's say it's debug adventure. This was our debug adventure today, and I'm gonna tell you what, we're gonna keep doing this debug adventure on Hyper Game Dev. I'm gonna say debug adventure, all right? Trying things out. Next week, for the following couple weeks, we're gonna be going on this debug adventure on these live streams. You can head over to the channel page to follow along when these live streams are happening. But for right now, let me show you this. So we renamed that, right? I just renamed that. Now check this out. I'm gonna come back to the scene. We're gonna open up the object. Look what we're gonna see. Look in the behaviors. What does this say? Oh, it still says Wall Adventure. All right, let me remove it. Hold on. Let me remove Wall Adventure. I'm gonna re-add it. Debug Adventure. It's in there. So this is the normal list of behaviors that you get in GDevelop. If you create your own extension locally, we'll have our own one to choose from. So there's Debug Adventure that I just renamed, called Trying Things Out, right? And now it's got that on there. It's got that very behavior. We can edit this behavior, right? Okay, you can apply the changes. Open this up, and so this has some extra stuff on it, hiding the object, and then if we press a button, set it to true. We're figuring it all out. We're figuring it all out. We can set our own parameter, and then this parameter can be referenced in the event sheet. That's this right here. Debug object becomes visible. That's right here. Parameter becomes visible. So I've applied it to that debug object, which has the behavior on it. We can say afterward, show the object, right? This is post events, right? And this is all on here. You don't need to worry about it. I don't want to tell you all about it, but I do want you to understand that what it means is if we wall jump our way up here and we press F, we should reveal a red block, but I have to find where it is up here. Let me just fly my way over here, wherever it is. Okay, it isn't appearing right now. Is it in the scene? Where is it? There it is. Oh, it's down here. Oh, it's right there. All right, let me fly back up there. Let me just fly back up. See if it appears. I hope it does. I have some concerns that it's not gonna appear. Okay, it didn't appear. Okay, I did break it a little bit. So let me fix it again. Wait, let me fix it. Let's add an action for the debug object. We wanna say debug object visible. Okay. Debug object becomes visible if the F key is pressed. And then on the debug object, we have a variable, debug visibility. It's false by default. So we hit preview. Let me make sure oh my gosh. Do I actually, I wonder if, hey, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, sweet. So that happened because of the extension that we created with the behaviors that I added in there. And now we can make our own extensions, which, you know, that's great and all, but the best part is we can now understand a little bit better how this is working, which has the wall sliding, the wall jumping. Maybe now I can actually set it to grab instead of slide, because I know how this all works. So I'm really excited to continue the debug adventure, starting today, continuing next week on Hyper Game Dev. We're gonna keep going down this debug adventure rabbit hole and see how we can create our own extensions, our own behaviors and actions and stuff like that. I'm pretty excited about it. Rogi says, I think you should consider clipping this as a video. I know you said it wasn't lightning round, but this seems like exactly what I was imagining. All right, that's fair. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like that was a little chaotic for a video, but then again, I have a very high scrutiny and I should maybe consider lowering that. Let's hope it will convert for the other references along with renaming. Yeah, that's, I did have to update that, but then it worked. All right, y'all. Now, if you want to help decide what we do here on Hyper Game Dev, join the Discord. Please join the Discord. I'm going to create a channel that's just about talking about what we're doing here during the live streams. I would love to talk about what engines, how we can do stuff together or not. Like, I'm super open to that. The hardest part is my schedule. That's the hardest part with all of that. I want to give some love to the patrons, people on patreon.com/hypergamedev who support Hyper Game Dev. Thank you for doing that. You can join for free. You don't have to join this list if you don't want to. You really don't. If you head over to Patreon and you join for free, all you gotta do is sign up with your email and you're gonna get a free live stream in your email inbox. It's an exclusive live stream that you can only find if you are a patron, whether you're a free patron or a paid patron. So it's a totally secret live stream. I do it every Friday. Nobody knows about it unless you're a patron, free or not. So come through, sign up for that newsletter. It's kind of a nice little gift. I'd give this to you if you sign up. I also got to give love to the members of this channel. Much love and appreciation to y'all. We got a new one today, thanks to Kai gifting a membership. Thank you for doing that. we got Stormrun Gaming, Pierogigon, Albeska, and of course, Kai. So thank you all for supporting Hyper Game Dev the ways that you do. It means so very much. I am going to be streaming again tomorrow, and that will be for Godot. Yes, tomorrow is Godot at 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back for GDevelop next week, continuing the debug adventure. Until then, if you're watching this after the live stream, hello, welcome, thank you for sticking it through. If you want to watch the last episode in the series of GDevelop adventures, you can tap or click in the bottom left. If you want to watch the next GDevelop adventure, you can tap or click in the bottom right. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. Tap in the bottom left if you want to watch the last episode, and go to the right if you want to watch the next. I'll see you all in the Discord. All right, y'all. Take care. Thank you so much. Goodbye.